my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation, you can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah, so I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in, I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at, making hits that Lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man, I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense, my life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clown. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what's sage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna take what I did and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Go!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Playday number 2 of the Rainbow Six Elite Community Series. My name is Playday 3, sorry. My name is Proto. Joining me tonight is the man, the myth, the legend, Blue Panda. We are here for another night of some shenanigans, Blue.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting run already. Elevate and Gelita, obviously new and old Elevate, have had some interesting runs. New Elevate looking just a little bit stronger at the moment. And of course, we've got these young guns coming in that aren't quite eligible for the Blast Prem League at the moment. But the likes of Devil's Package and Fellas have shown some real promise. Onesie Esports, they're struggling. They finally got themselves their first round win on the board last night, but it has not been that easy. No. From what I've seen as well, it definitely hasn't been. And to the aims of the other teams as well, Elevate and Fury so far have been relatively all right. I mean, we expect that given the names that they have, some roster changes obviously, but nothing too different to the norm that we've seen. Aside from that, as you said, Onesie just a little bit out of whack, but other than that, it's still young. The tournament still has one more play day, which is today, before we start looking towards the final sides. And the matches for tonight are going to be some tough ones, as you can see here on the screen now. Yeah, double header for Fury and Elevate, and, well, actually, Gelita and Onesie. It's going to be a quiet night for Devil's Package and Fearless, but I mean, Fury looking to get in as much prep as they can before they head off to the Six Invitational next month, of course. Elevate struggling to try and reclaim that honor, that glory that they held as a roster in APAC for the longest time. They've really slipped out of that. And of course, Gelita trying to prove that the Elevate switch was the wrong one and that they still are some of the best in the region. So yeah, there's definitely a lot for these guys to prove tonight, and especially Devil's Package taking on Fury. That's going to be a big match for them because they pushed both Elevate and Old Elevate to overtime in the first play day.
Yeah, Devil's Package are going to have the work cut out for them. Obviously, tonight is going to be the trifecta. They've versed old, new Elevate. Now they're going to take on Fury, which arguably are probably the three big dogs in the tournament. Pardon the pun, OCE fans. But yeah, look, continuing on that train of thought, Devil's Package and Fury is going to be our first matchup. And I'm hoping to see them possibly beat Fury. It'd be nice to see, but at the same time, overtime could well be on the cards, given that they've done it to Elevate and Old Elevate that you just alluded to, Panda. Do you think that they have maybe the ability to beat Fury here?
I don't know. Yesterday, they looked a little bit loose, but they definitely got the mechanical skill to do it. I just don't think they quite have the depth of strategy and understanding of the game that the likes of Fury brings. I mean, you're looking at I9 playing in this roster, BG, man. These guys have been around the scene for such a long time in APAC. They understand what to do when they find themselves in certain situations around the server. So I think, look, Devil's Package probably going to take, I would imagine, 4 or 5 rounds. I reckon they've got a good shot at that, but I just don't feel like they've got enough to find the win over a team like Fury.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope they'd done their strat work. They'll be looking to most likely ban a map like Consulate, which at the moment I've been told is one of Fury's better map picks. If you had to say what map DP are going to try and take Fury to? Do you think that there would be any that they would maybe try and push the issue of? And Oregon, something that's more back to basics compared to something more strat heavy like a Consulate Panda? Do you think there's a specific map they're going to aim for here, or do you think it is just going to be one of those?
Teams seem to be opting more in towards the likes of a Chalet. They seem to really enjoy it in Southeast Asia at the moment. We are seeing like the likes of Oregon, Skyscraper come out as well, but Border, it's not at the moment. If I'm being perfectly honest, there's no map that really is sort of out of the comfort zone, other than maybe Nighthaven Labs at the moment for Southeast Asia. It's sort of the one map they do avoid as best as possible. But yeah, Border, well and truly a comfort zone. Both these teams will look pretty good on it.
Yeah, look, it's a map that sort of came back only last year, sort of started last year, halfway through last year. I sort of forget. It has been a little bit of a
I think it was year before 2022.
Yeah, year before 22, ended 22. I think Border made its comeback, and since the reiteration of Border, we saw it played a lot actually in Seas at the end of that year and the start of 2023. I think it was one of our biggest maps at the time, Panda, during the OW League, if I'm not mistaken. We saw it actually a lot. But yeah, look, it's a great map. I think one of those staple picks aside from Oregon and stuff, which again you can see made quite a fair way through the banning phase. Cafe obviously left to the end as well, but Nighthaven actually got a fair way through the ban phase. Do you think that's maybe an underside or something that was just let slip through a little bit? Because Fury are the ones to ban it.
I think Fury, more than anything, would have expected a team like Devil's Package to ban it out earlier, but
True.
Again, it's not like they don't practice it. It's not like they don't play it. We did see it just a little bit of stage 2 last year. I think it maybe hit its 2 appearances, and that was about it. But teams at the moment have shown coming into 2024 that they're willing to go to a map like Nighthaven. So I don't think it's a case of Fury were less than willing to go to it. It's more a case of, given the option, they probably don't want to have to play it if they can avoid it.
Yeah, look, Fury definitely probably don't. It might be even like a strat thing, if they want to try and take interesting things to higher level comps. They could maybe want to leave it in the package. It's got the mask on, combing the hair, getting ready. Fury are locked in. DP also having a pretty intense pre-game talk here. I9's got the caps on. I mean, his head's warm. They're ready to go, Panda.
Crit J is a bit of a character since joining this roster. He's really cemented himself as a member of the Fury team. He really represented himself well going into Atlanta, so yeah, he's right on it. He wants to make sure that he's locked in, ready to go come SI, which is right around the corner, so they're probably going to be looking to make a bit of a statement tonight.
Yeah, look, I'd assume so as well, especially going forward to those top-end things, SI, Invitational, etc. Ying first to go, Doke a bit of follow. Nothing out of the ordinary there for the band phases. Defense probably going to be looking at a Solus, and then, possibly something, maybe like a Cade or a Mirror for Border, maybe a Valkyrie even. Azami, though, is going to be one that goes, not one that I was necessarily expecting, given what you have available to you on defense at the moment, Panda.
Yeah, I think teams just sort of want to avoid her as best as possible because she has so much impact over the environment of the maps at the moment as well. So those Keeper Barricades, it's just easier to not deal with them. And Valkyrie makes so much sense in the competitive state at the moment. Information is key, and the amount of information that she provides as an operator it's just too much to be allowed through.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. Valkyrie is one that we've seen banned pretty much since her inception of the ban phases. Her and Mirror used to be the ones that copped all of the brunt, but hey, look, she still gets the love, I suppose, on the bench. But it is what it is. Warden, Fenrir, Solus, Wamai, Castle, nothing interesting. No Mirror, though. And a Shield, Blitz. The new Shield changes are in now, aren't they? Are they in? I believe they are.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
I think
so
no. Just around the corner.
Blitz is still an interesting pick, regardless of the Shield
It will be
change.
live before 6 Invitational, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But at the moment, no, not just yet.
So teams maybe just getting some prac in with that Shield character before he gets that big buff going towards.
I mean, teams
Invite.
have been playing Blitz. It's not something that is uncommon. We saw it plenty yesterday. Teams are liking that aggressive rush style of play as well. You pair it with the likes of the Lion. It's seeing a lot of play as well, especially on this objective. Going into Armory and Archives, it just enables so much. You can get quite aggressive, pushing up those main stairs with it. There's just plenty of options.
Loads indeed. More of an aggressive take, I'm assuming, here from Fury. Swapped on to the Monty from the Blitz, so looking to maybe make that strategy a little bit more of an aim to plant. aside from just having the aggressive nature of Blitz. But regardless, I mean, Grim, Yana, Sledge, Nomad, it's definitely looked like they want to try and plant towards that archive door here, Panda. It definitely seems like what they're setting up for as well is going to be that plant and hold.
Yeah, the response from the defense, though, they've got Yao, I think, is probably going to be the primary source of resistance, that Nitro, to try and deny any of the, classic Monty backwards plant shenanigans. But, I mean, how successful that's going to be, it's hard to say, because they're already going for it. Like, Hollis is on the job.
Locked in, ready to go. Fury aren't messing around. The bomb is already down, and DP are going to have to catch up the Nitro too late to make a difference, and people are starting to already be called out. The Bees are going to find and tag one. Crit J is going to open things up with a kill onto Scar. Crit J for 2, a double in the round. Panda, 31 seconds remaining on the diffuser, and Fury already have 2, but DP are going to finally answer with one of their own.
Azuki has been a key fagger for this DP roster, so he's going to find as many opportunities as presented. But Crit J, that's at 4 in the round for him. Shuts it down quite clearly, and yeah, Devil's Package, what works against those lower end teams is not going to work against a team like Fury.
No, yeah, that was, I think it was a little bit of a masterclass from Fury, if I'm being completely honest. It was straight in, bomb down, thank you very much. They were playing on the misinterpretation I think DP maybe had on that round. Solus was over by Africa, not really achieving too much. Instead of being maybe downstairs on the roam somewhere, that P90 not really being put to use. The Nitro came way too late, and nothing really helped them lock that in. It was sort of just Fury just walked in. There was no resistance at all, and DP, I mean, if you want to go up against teams like Fury, you're going to have a bit of a better start than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an age-old play on a map like Order as well. If the opportunity's presented, they're going to make the most of it.
Yeah,
they double down with a second Nitro. I just don't think that's the answer, even if it was to be played again, which it doesn't seem to be. In fact, they're going to go for a pretty linear approach. Crit J is picking up the Ash this time. They've got the Ace, the Twitch, so they are going to be likely pressuring that armory wall.
Yeah, completely off the Monty. I mean, they'll just swap the strat now because they'll probably be expecting DP to sort of play into the defense aspect of that site a little bit harder than they did the last round, but as you can imagine, Fury are a well-vested team. They've already swapped the strategy. They don't even have a shield this round, and they will probably most likely be going for that wall with a little bit of vert play. They've got the buck and the Ash to do so. This is looking pretty bad for DP so far, Panda. If they keep up that kind of round, this could be a very quick border.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. If they're going to keep going for these fairly shallow approaches, makes me question how both Elevate and Gelita were taken to overtime by them. Because, I mean, yes, credit where credit is due. DP, when it comes to mechanical skill, they're definitely up to par, and we see that in Yao taking down Crit J early, but they do lack a little bit in the strategic department.
Yeah, I think the strategies are definitely very, I say this politely by the way, ranked-esque. This is sort of like a default setup that you'd see. I mean, we don't even have, from what I can tell, extension onto the bottom floor at all. Like, there are no roaming presence, I think, from DP. I'm pretty sure everyone is just sort of shallowed out towards CC Archives. No one is downstairs. We saw Solus last round, I'm assuming in an attempt to be downstairs, but another one for the defense is going to further that lead. Fury have taken some big losses. That's both their vert players now off the board.
But rough. And we have been seeing this extension in the break room as well with the castle. It was something that I think it was X-Order Team Bliss was playing in the recent campaign. They lock it off with the castle barricades, almost create 2 extra buffer rooms through break and into that hallway. So it's interesting to see how teams are dealing with it here at SEA. Well, Lycolis has the answer, and it's just brag out.
Yeah, just even things right back up. 2 kills one way, 2 kills back the other way on the cost of a lot of health, but I9's going to give the lead back to Fury. Finding Yao does hear the player shifting towards his left, but he doesn't really choose to activate, given that it is quite deep in armory. Fury have good info. BG Man taking a lot of damage. Fenrir is going to force Lycolis back outside, and Fury just look like they're trying to set up for the plant here. The walk on in, though, from I9, punished by Williams.
Yeah, I mean, Williams had some big moments yesterday. If he can keep that up, definitely could lead DP to a decent couple of rounds with Zuki still in play. Hitting those shots to the UMP, he's very capable. BG Man and Lycolis have to play around their HP very carefully.
If any 2 players are going to do it, it's going to be these 2. Given the situations we've seen them in before, Panda, this is hardly the worst. Good utility, great guns, AK-12 and that DMR. 2 smokes to play with as well to possibly go for a plant with Williams on low HP as well. It's very doable, but as he takes down Lycolis, it's a 1 versus 2 now for BG Man. So he has to find the full health Azuki inside of Fountain first. He does have some pings to aid him in his ability, but he's not going to get a single one. Azuki will find him, and DP going to answer back with a round on the Fury, albeit a little bit shaky still.
Yeah, I mean, for a group of young guns, they are showing that they do have a decent amount of maturity when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. There are players, there are teams that we've seen in the past who would have just actively swung onto the one player remaining, but you see Azuki posted up, placed deep in towards the Fountain, waits for VG Man to come to him, and then makes the appropriate play. So, oh, look, DP, yeah, it might be young, but they show a lot of promise.
They do, Panda, they do. Promise indeed. I mean, it was a good answer back. You know, they realised the mistake they made in the first round, and they didn't make it again. So it shows the level of adaptability. And as you said, you know, it's more strategical side. The mechanical skills are perfectly fine. We've seen multiple players on this roster get, you know, multi-kills in each round, 1 or 2 here or there. So you can't falter the mechanical skill, but it is just strategy. I mean, Fury had such a great clear at the start of that round. After losing 2 players as well, they were able to still get the walls open, still pressure these spots, still get players into good positions to go for an execute. Just a couple of things that they were missing because they lost that vertical presence early. Fury will probably change that this round, but DP, it was a great, you know, change up to sort of let them get back into this fight with a really good round to put them at least equal for now.
Yeah, keep things nice and competitive, which is what you want, especially for these tournaments in the off season. You want these new teams getting themselves prepped and ready to make their way into the Blast Pro scene. So yeah, look, the Cap Cannon play for Scarlet is going to be a right terror. If no one is reading into that, someone's day is going to be absolutely ruined. They've got a Frost as well, so they really are doubling down on this potential lethal trap utility. And Fury, again, no IQ, but they haven't really seen any indicators that would mean that they need to bring the IQ just yet.
I'm assuming that's the new operator. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. That's the one operator I didn't know the name of. So I'm assuming he's the Frost guy, Panda. Am I correct in assuming that?
No. Two Brow's not in play yet.
Okay, 2 Brow.
Which one are we talking?
Don't worry. I figured it out. I've realised my mistake. I apologise. Regardless, getting back into it. Oh, no. Azuki should be... No, not a freebie. Play didn't get off the cameras and has been allowed to return back inside. In fact, Scarlet's actually going to be able to find one onto I9 on the other side of the map. So I guess that kind of worked out.
And the fact that it's I9 as well, the Nomad, Flank Watch. Flank Watch has been a real problem the last couple of days for these teams. I mean, Southeast Asia coming to terms with, you know, these roam maps, the likes of Shot. And Dark just had the information.
Okay.
And poor Azuki is no more.
I didn't even see a yellow ping there, Pen. Homie just sort of fell over and passed away. But, I mean, good shot. Good trade as well. I mean, got it back for the flank watch. That's Solus too, which is a big part of the roam. So that's going to make things a little bit more difficult for DP. But they, as you said, did get rid of the Nomad. So does leave things open for them. However, Fury still have a great amount of utility to sort of lock this round down if they really play their cards correctly, which they've done before. I don't imagine them not doing it this time.
You'd have to imagine so, but heading to that final minute, there's so many positions here for DP. And Benjin is so convinced that someone's swinging into server in just a moment that he's got the bailiff out rather than trying to go with the MP5. Very much convinced that he's about to be in a gunfight. DP, they're not shying away. They're still playing some of these very aggressive angles, hoping for a fight. And Williams, yeah, look, unfortunately, those aggressive angles can be a punishment as well.
Especially if they have information. The swing not quite good there for the Bandit. Will be taken down and traded. Fury collapse on the remaining members of DP and find plenty of kills, 4 to be exact, in the final moments of that round. The drop on down did not go so well for the Capcan there. Fury lock in their second. We head into round number 4. Panda. It was good from DP. They managed to last a fair while in that round with a good amount of players left up, but unfortunately Fury just sort of had enough information, a lot of information, and closed that one down pretty quickly in the final moments of that round.
Yeah, I think what the biggest issue for the likes of DP is I'm not quite sure in terms of what support they have behind the scenes. I think definitely feels like there maybe is a little bit of a lack of structure. I'm pretty sure that's a Beyond Stratos t-shirt for one of the DP members. So obviously a bit of a Korea fan. I think Beyond Stratos is Korea. So yeah, look, it's great and I'll take your influence from a region like Korea, but we all know how they've been doing recently.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. They're getting the job done regardless, though. Well, I mean, they're playing at least, so that's a W. But look, yeah, Fury are just. This is first game of the night too, Panner. I mean, you can imagine that everything is still warming up. I suppose you could say, sort of, to some degree. This is, some of the top level teams in Asia, if not the top level teams in Asia. So warming up, I guess, really isn't an excuse anymore for some of these rosters, but. It happens, it happens to the best of the ranked players, happens to the best of the comp players. Sometimes you just got to have that one good game to get yourself going. Fury do have 2 games tonight as well, so maybe they're just sort of pacing themselves at the moment.
Potentially. I mean, realistically,
probably not.
If you look at it on paper, they shouldn't have been, I think, that worried about DP. If they just come in and play their game, they can approach it pretty defaultly, and it should, by rights, be a win. But DP does have that factor, that ability to upset here. They find a couple of key picks in a round. We've already seen what they can do with it. So if they keep this up, if they keep the pressure on, Fury will more than likely start to show some cracks.
A lot of ground being given away here by DP. I mean, all of Armory Archives, all towards even sort of Teller's side, is open. I mean, they can just sort of walk in. They don't really have much upstairs other than the Legion hiding inside of Break Room right now. I believe it was Legion. I might be wrong, but there was someone upstairs hiding under the table in the kitchen. But that is it. That is it. They do have Solus coming up the main stairs now to assist. He's going to spot one, but will be forced off. And Fury have themselves locked in a good position. Maybe not, though. We'll find one. Scarlet does get down by main door. Spotted out. Zeeping given. No trade, though. They're going to have to try and get Scarlet back up off the floor as Williams finds another.
Engine got to go for the pickup on the Scarlet, so effectively will be, in fact, a 5 versus 3. But Williams knowing that Lycolis is just there. Lycolis finds the kill onto Scarlet just as his teammate I9 does fall. So Williams has an idea that there is someone nearby, but unfortunately, Lycolis, he's the last member of Fury nearby. DP have played this so well. Lycolis for one, can't find Williams as well. So DP going to equalise.
He was locked in there. I mean, he knew that the frost was coming. Just a shame that he crouched into the angle and found himself a 9mm to the face. But he did good there in that position. I mean, he found 2. Unfortunately, it was too little too late. So those kills won't really amount to much. Impactless frags, some would call that. But DP are going to equalise. It is very round for round right now. Fury don't have a definitive lead, but DP, I wouldn't say, are definitively coming back. Still waiting for one team to sort of kick things off. But yeah, DP have taken some pretty good rounds. The 2 that they have so far is definitely a good measure to their adaptability against a team like Fury. But yeah, Fury have sort of just... I mean, they got so much ground that round, Panner, and they somehow still lost it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Fury. They can be a bit volatile on game day. Also, I would imagine their primary focus is going to be on that Six Invitational. So I doubt we're seeing anything too deep out of their strat book at the moment. It's going to be practicing the basics, making sure they got the fundamentals locked down. And that is something that can be punished by these up-and-coming teams.
It's definitely something that they might be sort of just the old G2 favourite, strat saving, as Intero would call it. But I don't think that is the case as usually. They're just not going too deep into the hardcore side of strategy. It is just definitely basic sort of setups. I mean, we don't see anything too drastic on the attack side. I mean, the operator lineups don't have any funky character picks like a Glaz. I mean, you saw Monty on the first round, but it's border, right? You always see a team at least once attempt that backwards plan. So nothing weird from Fury yet. Nothing weird from DP either. This is the first time we are going to see Smoke, though, which is interesting given his recent changes. But I say recent, it was a while ago now for everyone else. For me, it's recent. I haven't watched too much Siege. I haven't watched too much Siege fan of it. Regardless, Fury are going to lose one early.
Yeah, and that's where these guys are a problem. Mechanically, they are pretty on par with the top teams in the competition. So Azuki, Scarlet, they're all going to be hitting shots like that all day. I mean, Yao, Williams as well was hitting them yesterday. Vinjin struggled a little bit, but I think it was more because Scarlet and Williams had taken all the kills. So he's getting himself involved as best he can. And if Azuki keeps ripping heads like that, Fury will be under the pump.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the early kills from DP have been very punishing so far. I mean, Fury have lost their buck first or second at least, 2 rounds in a row? 3 rounds in a row. Their vert presence is pretty much gone straight away. So they are struggling a little bit in keeping those key players alive. I mean, even then, the utility from BG Man, the Twist Drone, gone straight away. Didn't get any of the Electric Claws. So this is going to make things slightly more different. They're going to have to dedicate different utility to getting rid of those devices. As we heard, Crit J's Ash Chargers going down elsewhere, trying to clear this util out. And Fury are trying to make best do with what they have left to them.
Zuki finally removed, and BG Man's going to claim a critical kill for the team. Now it's about sort of setting up lines of sight so he can threaten over towards CCTV if possible. But sorry, not CCTV. That's over towards Office actually. Get the angle wrong, but a minute to play. I9 opening things up, and he's finding two for himself as well. I9 the critical fragger for this team, and when he finds opportunities like that, he is going to absolutely capitalize. All onto Yao. Williams alone is triple for I9. The man in charge of this Fury roster. Yao's in trouble. It's all come down to Lycolis though, and Fury. Look, as much as they struggle in the rounds they lose, Fury answer back with some real vengeance when they win.
That was definitive. There was no question about it. No other word to describe it. That was a Fury round. I mean, what, four left alive there after the collapse. I9 with 3 on entry playing Nomad. I mean, there's a reason they put him on these sort of soft support characters, because if you gave him Ash, he'd get 5 kills every round. But you put him on something like a Nomad, he still has a lot of utility, still has a lot of game sense, and he can still get a lot of kills. Great gun. I mean, 1.5 in the ARX, who wouldn't be upset? Or 2.0 even, you get both. So who wouldn't be upset? But regardless of that, Fury put themselves back in the lead, 3-2. Last round on the defensive half here for DP. They're going to have to at least equalise if they want to have a chance on attack, given that this is, I'd argue, say, a defender-sided map. But yeah, it's not been a really good opening half from them. They're going to go equal if they win this, but not much more, unfortunately.
It's sort of a best-case scenario, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much.
In terms of Border, yeah, it hasn't seen a huge amount of play. In fact, it hasn't seen any play in this tournament so far, so getting to see what teams are prepping for it at the moment. The Solus Fenrir have been a pretty staple pickup for most maps in the comp pool at the moment if they're not banned out. But Fury, yeah, again, when you're lacking that depth in terms of how you're approaching things, especially on the attack, I'm not surprised at all that we see this go 3-3. When they head over to the defense, though, that's where things could really get scary for Devil's Package.
Yeah, if Fury sort of play that mild aggro style that they like on the attack, where they sort of just let someone lurk around and find some kills, DP could be in a lot of trouble. You know, if they got a Solus of their own, which I'd imagine they probably will, even a Fenrir, you know, MP7 is a dangerous gun in the right hands, in any hands really. It's just so easy to use. But yeah, look, a bit of a slower start here for DP. Still setting things up 30 seconds into the round. It's maybe a little bit of poor time management.
Yeah, we have seen Southeast Asia and Asia as a whole, I think, default more back to that 20-second execute style of meta. And it just slows the clock out a little bit more, I suppose, now that there's so many operators in the pool, there's so much utility that you have to work through and clear. Every now and then, you'll just see a bums rush onto the objective, and at the moment, 1 kill apiece. Once again, the Solus for the Nomad. Both teams going to be struggling a little bit after the fact. Nomad would have been great to deal with the flank, but yeah, on that Solus would have been great for picking up information as well. So yeah, operators that probably would have been very helpful if they'd stayed alive.
Well, with Scarlet going down now as well, Lycolis is going to put Fury back in that good position with Amaru rushing up. Well, maybe not rushing, but coming up the main stairs. Crit J is going to take down Pinjin as well. Azuki is also now going to fall, leaving Williams the last alive, taking the fight at the top of main. Shotgun spotted. Will get the down onto Crit J, but nothing too much just now. Will get the confirmation as well. Maybe looking to find a couple of more. Has 3 full health Fury players left to deal with, and some very small amounts of information to help him do it. Smokes to come out as well, I'd imagine. We're probably going to see a plant soon. Indeed we will. Lycolis getting that bomb down.
Yeah, Williams doesn't really have all too many options here, I think, in dealing with it, and I don't foresee Fury presenting those 1v1s for him to just take methodically. So yeah, he's just going to take out BG Man. He somehow finds that position, just reads into it. I mean, of course, you're going to have someone playing on that elbow, but he now needs to find the 2 remaining very dangerous angles for him to be playing. And Fury, of course, have immediately identified that they shouldn't be aggressing in this situation. Just hold angles, play for the post-plant. That's what they're doing. So Williams, yeah, frustration galore. Has to get himself in and involved. Pulls off at the worst time, and Dark will finish him off.
Yeah, pretty hard spot to be in there. Great crossfire from Fury. Unfortunately, with Ace getting stuck behind the bomb chassis, it did make things a little bit difficult. But with the support from the Amaru, I mean, a great shot from Williams to kill that player by Fountain rotate really quickly, but not much else unfortunately came from him in that round. Bit of a rough spot too. I mean, 1v3, bombs down, not a lot you can do. No util either. No impacts, no nitro, no smokes. So was a difficult one, but Fury are now going to go on to their defensive half. They've got Mirror straight off the bat, Goyo as well in terms of denial, but Mirror is probably the big one that I think I noticed straight off the bat because it was not used at all by DP. And Fury first round, straight onto that Mirror on that top floor. I'm assuming a main wall Mirror might be a little bit dangerous here for DP.
I mean, obviously, with the recent changes to Mirror being no longer as potent as she is, you'd imagine it's probably going to be played a little bit deeper. I think probably going to be in that fountain wall. Now that she could be countered by an Ashe or a Kali, she's not the beast that she once was.
No, Mirror definitely isn't. I mean, yeah, after those changes as well, she's not the greatest anymore. Don't know what that was all about, but BG Man is going to continue the round on 96 HP. An interesting setup towards top east though. You don't really see too many teams doing top east aggressive shields like that anymore, but I'm not sure. Maybe this is a Fury special with a Mirror inside of offices as well. Patterns is playing an interesting setup. Oh, that was almost an opener for BG Man as well, but not quite the connection he wanted.
Yeah, missed opportunity, but looks staying alive. Okay, Dark playing the second Mirror in towards securities. Not what I would have expected, but I can understand. You want to contest in through break room. You've got a slightly more aggressive position to deal with the players coming up east stairs as well. DP, now this is where they are probably going to struggle. We still have that issue in APAC as a whole. Attacking is not a very good sign for us.
No. Look, no. But it is what it is. And DP are definitely very weary of what they're coming up against right now. I mean, we saw a lot of drones towards that east side. We've seen a lot of drones, towards that east side, and haven't really determined much other than, yes, there is a shield there, and, maybe we should be worried about it, but Lycolis is going to find Scarlet to open it up, and BG Man has some good info as well. Dark to find one, however, one traded from below by Azuki. BG Man now is gone, and they're going to look to clear this Mirror out. But Fury have already pulled off that angle. Look to move away, but a great kill from Yar below, who's going to equalise things 3-3. Good kills across the board for both sides.
Drone economy's been pretty good. It's been a bit of a struggle point across the regions and starting off 2024. A lot of teams just not playing the drone economy, not playing for the information, find themselves having to go for an execute with, 1, 2 at best to work with. So that the fact that DP have these drones in positions where they can actually start to mount that pressure onto the objective means that this could be a real pressure point for Fury if they're not careful.
Yeah, definitely the case. Fury need to play their cards right here, especially now that they've got decent utility left, but now that that Mirror has been forfeited, it's going to make re-aggressing to retake the site from 90 a little bit more difficult if that's where they choose to go for towards the plant. But I'm assuming they might be trying for main wall. It's got Ashe charges going off in that direction, trying to clear out what I'm assuming is the mute jammer on the wall that sounds like it's still there, standing strong. And Fury, I mean, they're not really giving him much to work off of at all. Not peeking anything, not getting overly aggressive. With only 30 seconds left, DP are going to have to commit to something soon.
They will at that, and with Azuki coming up main, prepped and ready to push in. I9 the first to fall in the ensuing action. Nitro deep, and, well, unfortunately it's going to cost him his life. They don't account for the fact that the rotation has come through, and now Lycolis is sitting in security. Azuki is going to go for that plant, and he's going to stick it out too, just sitting on that bomb chassis in armory. So a 1v1, no, he's pulled off. What is he? What's going on here? That's a huge mistake from Azuki, and it's all mind games now for Lycolis. Stun goes deep, skeleton key out. It's going to be a battle, but Nitro Cell was prepped and ready. And that's why Fury attended both majors last year.
I didn't even see that Nitro on the floor. I thought that he had it pre-prepped below, and that's where he pre-prepped it. And I was like, that's an interesting pre-placed Nitro, but he threw it from up the stairs. So there you go. Great sort of hold there from Fury. I mean, almost fell apart. They lost 2 very quickly from a great play by that butt coming up metal late. Azuki sort of making the late play there. But yeah, Fury maybe not the cleanest end round defense, but it was definitely well done regardless by Lycolis on that shotgun. I mean, the M590's always been a dangerous weapon to be in front of. So, regardless of that, Fury, a great way to end that round, and unfortunately for DP, it was close, but walk away with a 5th.
Yeah, I think Azuki. Critical error made there that he pulled off the diffuser. If he'd stuck it out, would have been able to rotate out Armory main and then potentially played in the post off the rappel. But no, unfortunately, just hedges his bets, gives up that opportunity to Lycolis, who is not going to let that slip. I mean, the guy's 12-3 at the moment, 4.0 KD. Has been a standout player in the region for the longest time. He just doesn't miss.
No, he's a man that likes to hit his shots, not miss them. And he's definitely doing that. Double digits only 8 rounds in is a pretty good effort. Not unexpected, but definitely a decent effort for most players. Just outside, getting that opponent detected, possibly trying to maybe let one of his other teammates run out, but no one else from Fury seems game. A good strategy downstairs with the double up of the Pulse and the Solus, but unfortunately no one from DP is coming over towards that wall in towards Customs. So Fury have some good info though at the early round, so DP need to watch themselves going forward upstairs.
Yeah, I believe that's Suzuki that he's seeing there through the wall, and has Crit J as well, so going to be going outside looking for something. Makes a bit of noise, and that could be dangerous. Crit J in the corner, yeah, identifies it, and doesn't even go for the shots, goes to the disrespect play, gets the knife out, and Azuki falls first.
That's a good kill to open it up with. Buck 2 is a bit of an L. Williams going down to dark as well, I'm assuming somewhere near the top of East Stairs, but it's all collapsing now for Fury. The jump in towards that teller's window has just been absolutely thwarted by I9. I mean, the drone was there from Scarlet, but he just didn't drone it properly. You know, there was no info in the hallway, and that is where the Goyo was waiting to collect his prize. Now a 2 versus 5 Panda. It's not looking good for DP. Fury are probably going to find match point here.
Yeah, I mean, for all the promise that DP shows, this is where we kind of expected them to crumble. Going into the attack is not favouring these up-and-coming teams who, look, yeah, they do have a coach. I believe it's Eclipse that is backing this DP roster. 2 big kills, but unfortunately, Yao was immediately traded out by Lycolis to force the 3v1. But yeah, despite, okay, Scarlet's having some issues, but despite, okay, he's having some severe issues right now, some significant rubber banding going on. But, I mean, with the help of Clips, yeah, look, they can go back and do the VOD reviews. Dark finishes the round, but yeah, this young team with a young coach means that they don't have that experience. It might be something worth looking into in the next year for them to develop and grow.
Yeah, DP are definitely going to have, I think, some changes, either strategically or maybe role-wise. You know, you've got players like Williams on these supporting roles, a bit like I9, I guess, in a sense, where he plays those supporting roles, but you know, your opening fraggers, sort of your Ashes, your Bucks, even your Osas, I guess, to some degree, kind of, haven't really been getting those opening kills. I mean, yeah, you see the trades come out, but it hasn't been too much that has benefited them. I mean, even in that not last round, but the round before, 3v3, they got it down to a 2v1, and they still managed to, unfortunately, lose that one. The knife kill there, though, I think the big bonus of that round was pretty funny. Yeah, Fury are just sort of showing that there is definitely a class difference between these two teams at the moment, and DP are struggling. Definitely on a map like Border, you do require, I guess, a little bit more of that strategy side, and you can't rely on gun skill so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the depth of the map. You need to be coming in with the game plan every single round, especially when it comes to the attack, because that defense can get so well entrenched. We've seen so many maps, especially like Border itself, going, you know, the likes of the 4-2, the 5-1 on defensive hubs. So, look, DP, it's a learning experience. I'd go back, watch the VOD, and sort of figure out what it is that Fury are doing, and maybe look to incorporate some of that in how you approach the game.
Yeah, maybe even take some notes from Fury. They had some really good rounds and good setups, actually, as well. I mean, the mirror on that round was, you know, held them back for a long time. We didn't see them really get too deep for 2 minutes. But Scarlet's going to find Crit J. Not too sure where or how, but that's Pulse down, so that's a big kill in terms of information. You've just removed so much of Fury's ability to know things, which is big for a team like Fury when they sort of rely on that a lot of the time. So, great kill.
Unfortunately, there are more problems to deal with before they even get to the objective. Those Vulcan cannons, first couple, I think it was just the first one that we've already seen go off there. Not to mention the Goom Lines in the hands of Dark. He's going to be spreading around the map, and they are really a problem at the moment in the current state. Teams without the IQ find themselves in those close situations where you end dire moments of the round forced in, and all of a sudden you trigger one, and that's how the round goes. That's what ultimately costs you, and it can be so infuriating.
Yeah, cascading effects are definitely unfortunate circumstances, but Lycolis finds himself in one of those right now. He's in a great position holding on the top floor. Is he going to spot this ace, though? Maybe just too far away slightly. Oh my gosh, this could be such a free kill for Lycolis, but no, Azuki's going to trade one out. Nitro comes over the top, but doesn't connect onto anything, and I9's going to fall now as well to Williams. Ace coming into the top of East, not quite spotted, but Lycolis will get the down onto Pinjin, and Lycolis actually wasn't even checked. They know he's up there now, but the player that walked in isn't going to even check. He's going to get 2, 3 now as Doc comes to assist, and DP, you've just tossed it down the drain.
Yeah, and that's likely to spell disaster there for DP, unfortunately. That could have been, the 6-3 scoreline, but allowing Lycolis to find that down, bait into the revive, and then get the kill to follow it up with Dark providing that assistance. Yeah, unfortunately, I think DP may have overplayed their hand a little bit, and it's going to cost them ultimately the map. Now, I mean, look, 58 seconds to work with. DP have the HP advantage. They do have the ability to gain some information in the hands of Azuki's drone, but giving Lycolis that shield, probably not the smartest play.
Yeah, and the diffuser. Fury have, I think, way too much in their hand right now. Their deck of cards is definitely a thick one, and Fury don't even need to stick around. They're going to choose to back off. I mean, 30 seconds remaining. They have to retrieve the diffuser as well as clear out pretty much every angle. I mean, yeah, look, they've opened up the floor. They've opened up everything that they're going to need to hold this position now from afar, and DP probably aren't going to have too much to say about it. They are going to retrieve that diffuser. With 20 seconds left, doesn't really leave too much to be desired, though, as Azuki is going to be the one leading the charge here. 15 remaining. Scarlet is the one with the diffuser, will drop on in, not going to find the first. Lycolis, all he has to do is hide, but Azuki is going to get Dark. This could go wrong, but no, Lycolis trades it out. The bomb has to be planted here. He's going to get off and go for the kill, but it was the wrong call. Should have stuck it out. Fury, very quick first game, 7-2. GG's indeed. DP couldn't quite bring the heat on board.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just that lack of experience. These guys haven't been around the same length of time that a team like Fury has. They know what to do in those situations. It's always better to try and stick it out, because more often than not, it's just a mind game in the current state. That's how you're going to be approaching a plant situation. And a 16-3 scoreline for Lycolis, leading the charge for the team. And I mean, yeah, look, Critjay's dropped the mask. He's just got the classic drip on. He's looking clean. These guys are looking good going into next month.
Yeah, you know what they say about drip. If you got too much of it, you'll drown. But Fury just have the right amount. They're locked in, and they're very happy with that result. Well, I hope they are. I mean, a 7-2 over any team is a good one at the end of the day, Panda. There was no real question about it. I mean, at the start, first 4 rounds, it was, trade, back and forth. There was a lot of give from DP, but it was all take from Fury in the end. I mean, 5 straight rounds in a row, and we didn't really see DP fire up at all after round number 4. There was, Lycolis didn't even die from round 5 onwards for the rest of that match. So, it does speak levels on the, the strategical and mechanical difference between those two teams.
But yeah, I mean, looking at DP and what they bring to the table, it really seems like it's only a matter of time before they can step up. I mean, you look at teams of the past, the likes of Uvarian X, the champion. If we were looking at DP, the fact that they've got Jackie Wu as well as a part of this roster, hasn't played much this weekend, but the fact that he's there helping provide voice for this team would indicate that I think these guys do have a pretty significant future ahead of them in the Asian Rainbow Six Siege. I think give it a couple of years, give them the chance to be eligible to play in the Blast format. These guys could be amongst the top in the region.
Yeah, there was definitely some good stripes from them. Some of their defenses were really awesome. It just came down to those, 2v2s, 2v3s, post-plant type things. And their attacks, while in theory, yes, they were great, some of their positioning maybe just wasn't the best. I mean, letting Lycolis sort of just, walk around in the east hallway wasn't necessarily the play. And as we saw, it cost them 3 kills. Not necessarily 3 from Lycolis, but 3 just in general is still a big loss. And things like that sort of just meant that DP, unfortunately, didn't quite go towards the dub. But look, Fury, I don't think we really expected anything less from them, Panda.
Yeah, not at all. And well, it's time for a break. After that, we come into our second match of the evening. And look, there's plenty of spice to be coming, of course. Jumping on with Fearless versus Elevate, the other newcomers to the competition, taking on the once great Elevate roster. We'll see how it goes. See you after this.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
We are back. An amazing game number one. A swift one as well, Panda. You love to see it. For everybody involved, Fury quite happy with a 7-2. But we now look to go on to our second game for the night. Fellas taking on Elevate in another big matchup, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, fellas struggled yesterday, unfortunately, in that matchup against DP. But again, they find themselves... They're in a similar situation where mechanically they have the skills, but then all of a sudden you're up against the teams that have that depth, that strategic knowledge, they've got the backing of coaches and all the rest of it, and it just becomes a bit too overwhelming and they get absolutely run over. So yeah, look, Fearless coming into this matchup, expectations aren't super high, but we've seen Devil's Package already take Elevate to an 8-7 loss. There is every possibility that we could see them forced deep into the matchup again.
Yeah, I mean, if they catch Elevate out on those early rounds, give them something to start sweating about, it could put them in a bit of a pickle. But we're going back to Border, so we haven't seen it all other play days up until this point. We've already seen it twice in a row, Panda. I'm hoping this isn't going to be one of those Oregon Clubhouse nights. But, esque nights, given that it's a different map. But still, regardless... we've said all we need to say about Border. It's a great map, requires a little bit of strategy to it, but I think Fellas are pretty capable of at least putting something semblance of a competitive strategy together on a defensive side, depending on whether or not they are starting on defense. Indeed, they are. Just check the map ban. They will have that benefit going into, I suppose, the start of the game, but going into the second half when Elevate go on to defense, I don't know if I fancy their chances too much further than that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this Elevate roster, former Gaming Gladiators in 2022. They've picked up their one new player this year in Nikal, who is apparently a bit of a ranked demon. Then, of course, they had the new addition of Barcode from last year. So, I mean, in terms of raw gunning power, they've definitely got that in spades. We know that they can play a very, very capable strategic game, but it's about finding that team cohesion that makes a great team like the old Elevate used to be.
Yeah, old Elevate was arguably one of the best rosters of the time for C's especially, let alone OCE. I mean, look at APAC South. They sort of were really good back then, but I mean, Panda, Elevate, regardless of the roster they have now, I mean, even then, GG were a great roster. They were in fighting for going to SI and Six Invitational in the major, back when Fury was sort of just brand new and the first time they went, GG were the team that was going to stop them. Unfortunately, they didn't get to go then, but, they were one of those teams competing. This is a while ago now, ladies and gentlemen, but regardless, GG are one of those names. So when you hear that Elevate was GG, it's essentially the same team under a different name. So great rosters regardless. Fellas are going to have a pretty tough game in front of them here, given that they are not necessarily new kids on the block, but definitely not as vested as this Elevate roster is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got to remember, so last year it was all Fury. They won both first seed spots going to the majors. First stage, Elevate took the second one, obviously being a single elim bracket. There was no chance at Bleed redeeming themselves after losing the Fury, who obviously then went on represented internationally. But second time round, double elimination bracket. Fury still take that first seed spot, but then it comes down to Bleed, Elevate in that lower bracket. Elevate coming out second best. They looked questionable at best, I think, in stage 2. So now it's about finding that identity here at the start of the year, making sure they're coming into the Blast competitive environment strong. So yeah, look, coming into this matchup, I don't foresee them pulling any punches. This should be an absolute beatdown. This should be Elevate looking to prove that they are still one of the best teams.
Yeah, definitely. Elevate, this theoretically, again, same as Fury, should just be an absolute walk in the park. I mean, if I had to put my scorecard down, 7-4 max, not even 7-3 max. I don't think I see Fellas doing too much more damage than that, unfortunately, as much as I'd like to. Elevate, yeah, they've been taken to those sort of late round games, but I don't think Fellas are the team that's going to do that. Please, I'll be pleasantly surprised. I'd love to see it, but yeah, I think Elevate are just going to be here to lock this one out. They can and just move on. GG go next. I mean, again, they've got 2 games tonight as well, so they still do have to keep themselves relatively sharp for the next one. But yeah, I don't see Fellas winning this one by no means. Worst case scenario, we maybe see over time, but I doubt that.
I think that'd be a bit of a stretch. Yeah, Fellas have had some very competitive rounds, but I mean, the one match that they did win, of course, was against 1Z, who are currently bottom of the table. And what feels a significant margin. Elevate, I mean, as it stands, they've looked very good. They've absolutely pummeled some of their opponents in this competition. I mean, there's a reason that they're sitting second seed, given especially that starting yesterday off, they took Fury down 7-4.
Yeah, that is a big one. Look, yeah, this is Elevate's game. I think if we say anything else, we're a little bit delusional, lost in the sauce, as a good friend would say. But yeah, no, fellas, look, it's not too hopeful. Band phase, I think, will be relatively the same as the border game we just watched. I mean, the only thing that I'd see maybe that would be different would Azami maybe gets traded out for Fenrir, but that's pretty much it. Unfortunately, though, we are having some issues on the back end of things getting the game ready, so we're going to cut to a short tech break, and we'll be right back with all the action for game number 2. Don't go anywhere, we won't be long. Apologies, but we are back finally into this second matchup, Panda Border. Again, we return ashes to ash, dust to dust with the ban phase fellas. Starting on the defense, they're going to get to go first, taking their time, picking. What do you think it's going to be? Probably along the lines of Ying or Dokkaebi.
Yep.
There you go. Ying and Dokkaebi.
Yeah.
Probably Ying to follow. What else do you think?
Those are just the core bans at the moment. There's very rarely deviation away from those two just because of how much they enable in the push. Defense, Solus, Fenrir, Zami, obviously, after the last round, but Valkyrie more than likely will be one of the victims of those defensive bans.
100%. Valkyrie always goes, well, at least most of the time goes like an 80% ban rate or something ridiculous like that. Ying is going to come, which we sort of figured was going to be the case. Defensive side, yeah, look, Azami, Valk, Fenrir, possibly a mirror if teams are desperate, but I highly doubt it at this point in time, especially, we're not too deep into the storyline just yet in terms of what teams are banning. But Zami, yeah, look, probably Valkyrie banner if I had to guess. I'm going to put my money on that. That's probably a safe bet. Same as last game. Nothing new, no deviations. Short, sharp, and sweet.
Yeah, look, there's a reason that these operators are so frequently banned. I mean, you got Azami who consistently reworks the environment around you with bulletproof barricades. It's pretty tough to deal with. It's more utility you need to bring to deal with, slows things down. Tuberel, okay. Look, yeah, okay. There are a few on the defense that are a bit interchangeable at the moment. Personally, I haven't seen a huge amount of impact from the Tuberel in its play, other than the AR-15. The gadget hasn't seen a heck of a lot of use, but look, obviously teams are concerned about that potential.
Yeah, 100%, especially a good team too. It was Fellas to ban it, so I'm assuming Elevate have played it and or are comfortable playing it. It's one of the two. That otherwise they wouldn't have bothered. It's a waste of a ban regardless. As you said, he hasn't really seen too much play. I haven't actually seen him at all, personally, in any sort of capacity in competitive Rainbow Six so far anyway. I haven't even played ranked since he's been added, so I heard that he's not that great. So other than those niche sort
I think
of
it's
moments,
literally more than anything just the gun. Like the AR-15 is just that good on the defense.
It is too. Even on Maverick, it's a good gun. So either way, but yeah, he's gone. No point going on about it. He is not going to be in play for this matchup, fellas. Didn't want to deal with it.
So we've got a sub in for fellas. They had a different first, so it's just Les that's the new player in tonight. Everyone else, actually, no, I think Moon's new as well. So a lot of these, rosters, the fellas, the Devil's Package, your onesie, have pretty deep rosters. You're looking 7-8 players in total, so it's not totally crazy to see those new names coming in. But for Elevate, yeah, look, this is your core roster. Nightcall, obviously the newest addition, Healthcare departing the team at the beginning of the year. But from what I understand and what I've seen, Nightcall is kind of crazy.
Oh, that was a little bit ballsy there. From Fellas, wanting to take the fight to Elevate early in this round, as one of those mirrors is going to get popped by Ape. And some good information from IQ as well, starting to open up this map to let Elevate push on in and start to dismantle what Fellas have set up on this defense.
I mean, it's already starting to come apart. RP tagged low, but it will be the Gone 6 from Nightcall to finish off Foolish. So your Warden removed from that equation, especially with the two flat smokes in the hands of RP. Definitely could have been good to have, but opportunities presenting themselves all over. And Speakeasy gets to a team kill. Barcode is just too keen for it.
I think he just one-tapped Speakeasy, like through a security wall. Oh no, the evil eye is paying off. Speakeasy's not happy about that. And now that evil eye is going to be cleared out, but it's already done its job. Arpe is also going to have to connect. Not too sure why, but hopefully he'll be back by the end of the round. A 3 versus 3 coming towards the midway point. Nitro wasted, and it's going to leave Fellas with not too much in terms of denial other than those Evil Eyes and a couple of impacts in Just Les's hands.
Yeah, I mean, RP disconnected in their matchup last night as well, so I'm hoping it's not a recurring issue, because that would be pretty problematic. But look, it's not the end of the world, 3 versus 3. This is workable territory for Elevate, especially given that you've got Tolji, Barcode, and Nightcult, arguably 3 of the team's best fraggers still up and alive. Unfortunately, Dab says otherwise, but Barcode, I think that was more karma than just outright skill.
Yeah, that was a good shot, regardless of karma. But the walk-on in from Tolji, a good kill to find. The flank coming out from Just Less now. Those impacts being put to use, but he has been red. Nyclex has locked it. Tolji's found the other. And even a player down. Oh, I mean, he was already dead at the time, but a pause is going to be called to let Arpe reconnect. But it was a good round from Elevate there. They made at least the best of a bad situation, even after that team kill. So, look, it's a bit unfortunate, but they got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, Nycarl proving why he's such an asset to this roster. The player that I'm not aware of, I'd never heard of him until I saw it that he'd signed up for the tournament with Elevate, of course. But everything that I'm being told, the guy is an absolute ranked demon. They saw promise in him, they brought him to the roster, and he has proved that he is just as capable as that to bring it through these rounds for Elevate. So it's going to be interesting to see how he performs going into the official competitive season, and whether or not he can swing it with the big dogs. Because we've seen some big debuts over the last 12 months. You think of Crit J with Fury, made both majors with the team. Turdster for Bleed, his debut year, and he's qualified for the 6th Invitational, same as Crit J. So, look, Nycarl definitely has a lot to prove coming into 2024.
Yeah, especially with a roster like this. I mean, Elevate, a great team to find himself on. And, I mean, look, big things I'm hoping for him, for his sake. But for Elevate, they're a player down right now. They haven't called for the rehost. He's lost connection. I'm not too sure if that means he can return at all. I don't know if they're just going to play the round out. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he can still get back in. But obviously won't be playing this round, but he can hopefully, I'm assuming, still get back in. But look, Elevate don't seem too bothered. They're going to soldier through and just get this round over with 4 versus 5. They did it in the last round, so I suppose they're going to try and do it again.
Yeah, I think that the hope was that he could get in before Operator Select finished, and then he would have been probably more than likely stuck in a random operator. But in the grand scheme, I don't think Elevate are too concerned, which is why we haven't seen a pause or a rehost called. They're happy to play this one out 4 versus 5 against a team like Fellas. And I think realistically, they have managed to avoid missing out on the playoffs. So from this stage on, I think they're just sort of happy to let the cards lay where they land.
Yeah, most likely they're probably feeling relatively safe, I suppose, at the moment as well, against a team that doesn't necessarily have the same amount of experience, I guess you could call it, as maybe they do. But either way, they're still getting the job done. A bit of a slower approach this time, though. Hopefully no team kills coming out from Bias round as they look to clear this top east player and, well, not top east, but regardless, move towards the site as Ape does finally return.
I mean, fellas, happy to play that pace down game. I mean, the fact that they brought the Mozzie in to pair with that older 5.56, so it's a lack of information paired with the mirror. There's all sorts of utility that's going to provide that information. The Barcode, look, redeems himself after paying for his transgressions. The mirror's down, losing that Nitro Cell and the Vector. Oh, Moon falls as well. Barcode catches him in the knee. That is a very rough position to be taken out from. Nycarl gets involved, and it's all starting to come apart for Fearless on this defense.
Yeah, look, already down to a 4 versus 3, and Elevate started the round with 1 less player. Fellas haven't even found themselves a 1 yet. Barcode is a little bit worse for wear, but based on how these sites are set up, I mean, Elevate are looking good to walk right on in. 2 kills come out very quickly. Tolji and Naqual both find 1, but Moon does get his final before being... It's now just up to Just Less on the Maestro. Not really much to do here. That Alder does have 80 bullets and a high fire rate. It could mean something as he finds 2, but Barcode with the pistol's going to lock it out. Close but no cigar.
Yeah, I mean, Big Les, despite his best efforts, was shut down there. Barcode, I mean, again, has had a rather rough run with this Elevate roster. He looked promising to start the year off, coming out of South Asia, of course, but it has been a bit hit or miss, I think, for him and this team. So, yeah, now that he's starting to hit that stride, he's looking good at this tournament. We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully. Good sort of last man stand there from Fellas. I mean, just this, Alder just let it rip in the back of office. Wasn't, unfortunately enough, archive. But yeah, look, Elevate possibly just wanted to get the round over with, I suppose. They were waiting for Ape to come back, who is now in play, full 5v5 again, but it didn't really matter. The difference wasn't really noticeable, I don't think, for Elevate at all. They're 2-0 up. Fellas are definitely a little bit shaken, I suppose. Maybe not shaken, but a little bit on the rocks. Yeah, look, Valkyrie comes in here, but a Doc is an interesting pick as well, something that we don't usually see too much of.
I mean, yeah, playing with 2 subs today, obviously, They don't have Demo, they don't have Key. They're playing with Les and Moon, but for a Hong Kong-based team as well, it's not an opportunity they find themselves in all too often. In fact, you remember the last significant Hong Kong majority roster that we saw was that fabled APR run, which unfortunately ended in a bit of dismay. So, look, seeing them get to play in a competitive environment is a huge opportunity.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I mean, I like to see rosters like that aren't necessarily like the norm, that make bigs and go really far. It's like the Hungry Lions run back in the day, just teams like that. But right now, Foolish has found himself in a bit of a spot. He seems to be locked in that east corridor, and he is going to have to prone away, snake on out of the situation, and try and get back to the comfort of his teammates. But no, through the wall is going to be down. Possibly revivable here, as long as he doesn't get droned out and not be returned back to the fighter's speakeasy. Gets that job finished off.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth remembering, despite the roles that each of these Elevate members are playing on, they are incredibly capable gunners. I mean, we've seen Tolji pop up in the past. Speakeasy's had one of the longest runs in the competitive scene of Southeast Asia, and of course, Barcode, he might be playing an ace, but that doesn't mean he's not going to be shooting, especially with that AK-12. And with another kill coming through, two players down as we get close to that halfway mark here of round 3. Elevate just systematically dismantling fellas.
Yes, indeed. Fellas already down 2, though. Elevate now going to struggle a little bit, given that wall didn't open the whole way. He's going to call for another Selma charge to come through. But now we'll open up that site to them and give them an opportunity to make their way in. The Evil Eye spots Waco to land a headshot. Another team kill from him, 2 so far this game. But the bomb's now going to go down, leaving Fellas in a 2 versus 4, regardless of whether that diffuses on the floor or not.
I see Barcode's also hitting his villain arc, it would seem. We saw that out of Turds the last year, and the boys from Bleed, they hit that villain arc. Meant to be the bad boys of Southeast Asia. Now Barcode said, it's my turn. He's tried to be the nice guy, but there really was just no making friends at the end of the day. Team kills, look, unfortunately, if you walk through his line of sight, you're going down just as much as the enemy is.
He's got no outlines on. I can't remember what the pro settings are. I think you get outlines in pro settings. Or is it maybe just team icons? I think it's just team icons and names. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I... But either way, 2 for him so far on his own team. Is 2 more than anybody else tonight. So I guess he's winning in some aspect. Though they're winning right now as well. Elevate are 3-0 up. Fellas, yeah, nothing too much. That one round was close, but so far the other 2, Panda, I mean, we're already on round 4, and Elevate aren't looking like they're going to slow down anytime soon. They were a player short for as well, don't forget. This is definitely shaping up to be, I think, a little bit more of a masterclass than that Fury game was.
Well, RP hovering something a little bit different, but funnily enough, it's not like we haven't seen a heck of a lot of Kali over the last couple of weeks. She is seeing that momentary rise to the top. Obviously, now that she can impact those mirror windows, wasn't able to in the past. Unfortunately, no mirror in this round, so it's much of a muchness. But look, you do love to see that variety come into play with operators. And Barcode as well going to be bringing... Oh, I thought for a second we were going to see the Brava. Would have been a big pickup, especially with the priority over that Maestro.
Yeah, I mean, taking control of those Evil Eyes would be a huge sort of, I don't know, advantage for the attackers, just the information provided. But there's still 2 yet to be placed. They're going down now, but Foolish is going to be the first to find a kill. I'm not too sure. Just outside of East Stairs, he's going to get the one onto the Amaru, who I believe maybe just rushed through the window or the door. I'm not too sure. Something went wrong there, but regardless, Elevate down 1 player. That is going to be an Nightcall as well. So good kill for Fellas. Great start. Elevate trail by 1 player, but I don't think it's going to bother him too much.
We've seen a lot of this DMR play on that east balcony, or north balcony rather, outside of Archives. You just hold that long angle with what DMR, anything that's heavy hitting and good at long range, and you can cut straight through to Armory. You're looking locally in ANZ, the likes of Killerman, the guy is just a weapon, but Barcode's going to be doing just that. He's worked his way into the buildings, found Vols, that's your Thorn, they've cleared out so much of that utility. And Arpe, they've got themselves in the building. That's such a powerful weapon to be playing indoors as well. That one shot to the body is going to be hard to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. Elevate have only got the one sort of I suppose, capitalise. He's going to get the ping here too on the player who is on the drones, possibly to maybe go for a double impact below, but a great pre-fire from Moon finds one onto Speakeasy. And Fellas are going to take the man advantage for this point in time at least. They have a great spread. This is what that last game was missing for DP. They didn't have the reach that Fellas are putting on display right now, but Elevate are still playing it pretty slow. They have plenty of time, though. A minute is a lot to work with, especially in a situation like this.
Oh, just stepping up into it. Barcode cops so much damage. Luckily, he's still alive and in play. These could be a bit of a problem, but yeah, just stepping out with that DMR connects with the head, and it's exactly what you're looking for. Brings it back. Doable for Elevate. Unfortunately, if that Evil Eye goes to work, which we've seen already in this matchup, Barcode's not much longer for this world.
Yeah, no, that'll probably put him down on the floor with one shot. And they don't have any util to clear it other than the Lancers that Ape is carrying right now. As the fire arrows are starting to come out here, the asphyxiations from Tolji to try and clear just less, but he's missed it by the looks of it. It hasn't connected quite where he wants it to, which means that Elevate are going to be in trouble, especially now as Barcode goes down in the last 20 seconds. They've got some great information from these Evil Eyes. They're starting to put players on the floor, but it's one for Elevate. The trade back from Foolish. It's now all up to Tolji with low HP and a really big dream, but Foolish on the flank. It's going to close that one out. Fellas, good round from them. They put their first on the board in this border game.
Yeah, I mean, mechanically they're right there. They have the gun skill to make it happen. They have the understanding of the map. It's just, again, sort of that deeper knowledge, that deeper motivation of the strat book. So, again, it's one of those things might be worth investing in a coach or a former player who has played at that higher level to sort of sit behind them and instruct them on what to be doing in those situations, give them a bit of leadership, bit of insight. A round on the board for Fellas, that's exactly what you're looking for. Hopefully they can keep some momentum off the back of it.
Especially with defense being, the preferred side on this map, especially. I mean, it'd be great to see them get, one more at least, possibly two if they want to have a better sort of attacking half. But if it's anything like that Fury game that we just watched, Elevate, as soon as they get like a 4-2, even a 5-1, this game's probably over. Well, I mean, we knew that anyway, Panna. We said this at the start, didn't we? That I don't think Fellas are going to take this much further than 3 rounds, but it'll be nice. It'll make for an interesting game. However, given that that's only the first round they've won in 5, they've had a full rotation of rounds. Now, yeah, I don't rate the chances any more than I did when we started the broadcast.
I mean, they show promise. I mean, it needs to be commended that they are still doing their absolute best to try and unseat Elevate in the matchup. And again, I think they find themselves in a similar spot to Devil's Package, given a couple of years, given some experience, given some leadership, having support staff behind them. These are a team that could find themselves sitting top 4, even top of Southeast Asia, given the opportunity. Yeah, that is a filthy angle from Lee.
That's disgusting. I don't even think you can shoot back through that. He's trying to fight it. Who is that? I think it's Barcode. He's keen on trying to push Justice off. That's disgusting. I don't think I've ever even seen that, but it doesn't matter. Arpe's there to collect. He was reading that like a book as he's walked up and punched that hole through the wall. Foolish, just a little too late to support, but he's going to be able to trade it back. Takes down Barcode. That's your Nomad God. Moon finding one as well, but again, traded out by Arpe, the man getting the job done, making sure his team doesn't go down a player.
Yeah, I mean, Arpe had a pretty stellar day yesterday. I think he ended one of his matches like 14-3.
Jeez.
So he's putting up numbers, and these top teams have always been putting up numbers against. I mean, you look back, Operations League, your champions, your Variant X's, who, look, they did have a pretty commendable effort against some of the top teams, but at the end of the day, they then turned it around. You had that one player who was really just stepping up, claiming scalps, and RFA has definitely been one of those players in the past.
No call out here so far for Foolish's rotate up east stairs. In fact, I think he's gone largely unnoticed. Arpe for 3. Could be on for 4 if they have the call out for the player flanking, which they do. But Speakeasy on the site's going to take down Dab. He's going to try and fake out the rotate. Tolji's planning the diffuser, and it's all up to Foolish. First, he has to take down Arpe, which is going to prove to be difficult, but will get the job done regardless. Now he's in the post plant. Lots of damage through that verticality. Panda, he's going to have to go for a drop or at least find a 1 before he does something because he's running out of time as he finds his 3rd, looking for the 4th.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get it. He's got to get aggressive off the front foot. Tolji as well has that AK-12, couple of bullets and it's all over. He's on the rappel even. playing it very passively, is going to force Foolish into a situation where he's going to have to come to him and, yeah, look, this is brilliant. Knows that he's got to play the clock, forces him onto it. He's just playing mind games. It's all just boxing shadows, unfortunately. Foolish, yeah, knows. He's got absolutely nothing left in the tank. Got baited out. It's exactly why I told you he was holding that position. Had the Claymore coverage as well. So even if Foolish had sent it out, it was over. Unfortunate loss there for fellas, but it's just Elevate doing what they've been doing for years and playing the game the way it's meant to be.
Exactly that. Straightforward Siege. That's all it needs to be. Back to basics, get the bomb down, play for the post. RP upstairs wreaking some havoc on those trades back and forth. I mean, it's exactly what you want from your Ashe player. That's why they play Ashe, you know? They're just out here shooting things, disappearing, thank you very much. And that's exactly what he did. I mean, 3, almost 4 in that round was a great effort. Just the trades alone, I mean, they were pretty much instantaneous too. A player died, RP was there to trade it. Second player died, same thing. Trade, then got his third through onto the side as well, which was just huge for the team. But it was a good effort there for the Solus. I mean, you know, great, but unfortunately to no avail. Foolish couldn't quite do everything there as Elevate claimed their 4th, and I'm assuming maybe the 5th at the end of this, which means fellas aren't going to have a great attacking side.
I don't know, Barcode is currently hovering a fuse, so I don't know how seriously I think we're going to be approaching this round. The rest of the team, yeah, look, pretty serious. IQ, Ashe, Iana, Ace. I mean, Fuse isn't a complete troll pick like it would have been a couple of years ago, but it's still...
He's pretty viable now.
He is, but I still think there's probably better options in the current state of play.
Hey, look, 4 charges that can go through reinforcements. That was the big thing, I suppose, when Fuse got the change, was the fact that he could actually shoot through the walls with the cluster charge. So I guess there's that. Still pretty troll. I mean, you could bring literally any operator and it would be better, given that they've had that Maestro pretty much every round. I mean, they don't have it this round, but like, you know, take over the Valkyrie cameras with a Brava, or just literally anything. You know, no flank watch, which almost cost them there as Foolish decided to get on outside. But I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter. I think Elevate are comfortable with what they've picked, and I think Fuse is going to be a very funny one to watch this round if he actually gets to get those cluster charges off before being taken down by Moon, who is currently having a snooze inside of Kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, for this site, I think in particular, he's probably the most viable.
Here comes the pain.
On Bathroom Tellers, he's a pretty feral operator, to say the very least. And Foolish wants to cut through Visa, try and get up to some shenanigans, but I mean, the fact that they've given up Office so freely, which will now allow Barcode to get in position and use those fuse charges, I think is a pretty significant mistake. And despite Tolji making a bit of a mistake of his own, he's able to correct.
Can I just say Moon also hasn't actually been droned here at all. Foolish found one downstairs towards luggage in main lobby as well, and RP is going to take down Vals, but we haven't seen anybody drone Moon. Foolish finds his second, and the Valkyrie is still just chilling here. Possibly leaving it a little bit too late. Will finally now get up and look to get involved in this round, and this could mean horrific things for Elevate, given that they've let him go completely unchecked this entire round upstairs. This is going to hurt him, Panda.
Nightcall with the equalizer. 3 versus 3. Dab falls soon after, and Barcode is down, ready to push in towards Tellers. Yeah, Moon will get his one, get stiff control as well, but 2v2. 2 isolated defenders, and already you can see Elevate is on the hunt. It's just down to Moon. The problem being that is def control that Moon currently has.
Yeah, I think Barcode knows that that Moon is in here, and indeed he does. Spots the head, takes it off. And look, Elevate, he almost made a mistake, leave checked, but I guess it pays off in the end, just having that gun skill available. The Fuse was not so much of a troll pick. Guess he got his one. Didn't even get all the cluster charges off. It's a little bit of a shame, but the rest of his team was cooking on site, getting all of those kills. So a 5-1 half to Elevate. They're now going to go on the defensive side. Fellas are going to have their turn attacking the building. Zofia, an old Siege strat, mixed in with some new blood, Ace and Osa. Nomad as well, I suppose, back in that day. I don't think Zoth and Ashe were... No, they were, yeah, probably around there, Chimera. But either way, Elevate, great first half. I mean, 5-1, you couldn't really ask for anything else other than a 6-0. And Panda, I mean, they were pretty close.
Yeah, it was pretty darn close. But Speakeasy, running the ACS 12, arguably the best gun in the game at the moment in its current state. So I can respect them for running that.
Chef Jeff
surprised more than anything that the Maestro is being played as much as it is. I think in the current state of the game with Brava available, which is what Dab has just suddenly switched off onto, he's so much less viable because of the ability for attacking teams to steal those Evil Eyes.
Well, this is the first time we've seen it, though. You know, Elevate... Fellas played Maestro, 4 of those rounds that they played on defense, and we didn't see it once from Elevate. But we have instantly, round 1, Maestro on the board, Brava's straight out. You know, she was first pick. Well, not first pick, it was 6th pick, but, like, regardless of that, we still have a Maestro on the board. 2 free drones here for Barcode. Nope, didn't quite get the second one. But, I mean, yeah. You know, I don't think Elevate are too worried about those Brava pests. I mean, we've got Mozzie to deny to protect those Evil Eyes, as well as we did have Barcode, who is going to go down to Foolish, but I'm assuming a trade. No, not a trade! My God, Tolji folded as well as Nicole. What are Elevate doing? 3 kills for Foolish and about 4 kills for Foolish. He's on for 5. All he needs is up. He has the ping, but he's finally taken down at Elevate. It's a 1 versus 4.
And the crazy thing is, Arpe could very much still do this. He's one of the few players that in fact could. Nitro Cell tossed, gets some chunk onto Volse, but not much more. And Les will open that wall and finish him off.
He's a Brava drone.
Nicole in chat, yeah, you insane. Even Elevator gassing him up.
Yeah, that was kind of wild. I'm not gonna lie, Panda. Foolish just walked in and cooked. I mean, what? It was like, oh yeah, bottom west. Thank you. Sorry, not even. It was like quad. See you later. Bottom west. See you later. Volt on over to get the trade. Yep. Thank you very much. Top main stairs. Gone. And that was like what? 30 seconds? Less than that. 15. I mean, Jesus.
I think Foolish in the future could get the Crit J treatment. Honestly.
He could.
I wouldn't be surprised
doing things like that.
Because I don't know how old these guys are. I know that a number of them aren't eligible for Blast because they're under 18.
Yeah.
So I think maybe it's a matter of time before, obviously, you turn 18, you can play in the Blast environment, and then you're going to get scouted. But there are a few players in this tournament that outside of the official Blast teams that likely could see players poached.
Definitely. I mean, when they hit that sort of age, that age rank. Sure, they could be going straight on over to one of those higher level teams for Blast, but Malusi is an interesting pick, one that, I mean, I haven't seen Malusi played in ages.
No, I can't remember the last time I've seen it.
Yeah, I was going to say, since she got a speed nerf, I haven't seen Malusi in so long. So this is an interesting pick from Elevate. Maybe they just want to slow Foolish down, and I don't blame them after that last round. I'd be pretty worried about that 12 and 6 as well. Val's still on 0 kills. 8 rounds into the game. That's not a great start for him.
Yeah, I don't know. So many of these defensive operators that were, let's be honest, they were integral to defensive setups a couple of years ago. Just so much less now that, Brava's available, Clutch drones are in play. I don't know quite what Dab is doing. I think the man maybe having a drink, answering his phone, whatever the case may be. He's on the drones now. He's pulled off, but yeah, you steal the Banshees, you steal the Fenrir gadgets. There's just so much utility that can be used effectively against the defending team that it's just not worth bringing it anymore. And okay, Dab is just absolutely monstered at Arpe.
Elevator getting very aggressive in positions maybe they necessarily shouldn't be. Barcode's going to find one, but it's just an equalizer. They've traded out an Ash for a Mirror, which is a pretty good trade. I mean, 1 Nitro in the hands of 3 Ash charges is pretty good. Valse will find his first and put himself in this matchup as Moon now tries to clear that player inside of Office. The Fenrir making things a little bit difficult, unfortunately, though. But, I mean, the extension for Elevate still holding strong. 1 player just outside of the site does trade out, and Elevate find themselves in a 2v3 with good site control, though. Diffuser goes down. Dab takes out Speakeasy. It's a 1v2.
Carl, not that much HP to work with, but the pings are there at least. Potentially could win this 1v1. It's just going to be hit headshots, which is as simple as it sounds. A little bit harder, and yeah, just Moon camping the diffuser, knows that Nikal's best bet is to probably rotate out. Elevate slipping a little bit here on the defense.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be clean cut and polish from Elevate, but this defense has not been great so far. They haven't got one round, and I don't know if that's just because Fellas are playing it really well, which they are, or Elevate are, maybe slacking a little bit on how they're doing things. They've been pretty standard. I mean, we haven't seen anything out of the ordinary, which, I mean, we usually don't see too much in terms of variation from Elevate. They're a very clean-cut team, but either way, it's Fellas are doing really well. I mean, we did have that one round, which was just the foolish round. So I don't know if we can chalk that up to too much other than individual skill. But that last round, definitely a full team effort there from Fellas and Elevate. I'd be starting to get a little bit worried on how things are sort of playing out if you don't start winning a couple of these rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, there's potential for things to spiral quite quickly. I mean, tech timeout then gets called into question. Like, at what point do you then make that call to go for the tech timeout and try and figure out what's going on? We know Southeast Asia as a whole tends to avoid tech timeouts if they can. But, I mean, it's Elevate. Again, probably not playing too deep into the strategy book. I would imagine that it's just pretty default stuff for them on the whole. Realistically, as soon as they realise that they might be under the pump a little bit, they're going to pull the bootstraps up and start hitting on all cylinders.
Yeah, when Elevate turn things on, they start finding some good kills, and I mean, they got the roster to do it. There was never any question about that. They just maybe have been having a little bit of fun so far. But the Brava has been pretty much a staple in every round here from Fellas, which is good to see, given that Elevate are using a lot of util. I mean, look at this. The Brava is left unchecked. Thank you very much for the Evil Eye. They're going to take pretty much everything on the site here if Elevate don't start looking out for these drones. They don't have Mozzie in play. They don't have Mute this round. Like, they don't really have anything at all to stop Brava doing what it's doing unless there's someone stationed at the door.
Yeah, I mean, picking up the Aruni gadgets as well with the Brava means that you just have that much easier time getting things done. Your utility isn't going to be wasted. You do have to play a little bit closer to that wall, I think, though, to stop it from denying that utility. Well, depends which way you're coming at it from. And it doesn't matter. Barcode's just found Les. That is your hard breach. So if there wasn't any intention to utilise it to clear some walls, it doesn't matter anymore.
That was a nice shot too. They didn't even have secondary hard breach on like Buck or anything, so that is literally all of it. Niqual is possibly locked into this spot unless he moves soon, but Tolji and teammate Speakeasy have spotted one upstairs. Vals is going to fall now, as well as Uppe finding Foolish elsewhere currently, and that leaves Fellas in a 2v5. This is where Elevate have turned the Jets on, Panda. We talked about it. We're now seeing it unfold. Moon's going to find one, but I don't know if it's going to be much now that Dab's gone down as well.
Yeah, finished off Moon in the 1 versus 4. He's got some big kills. He's going to find himself a second in the round. He's going to have to be on for the ace clutch if he wants to make this one work. Luckily, though, there is a bit to play. And look, unluckily, there are goo mines scattered around the map.
There's loads as well. Legion survived for so long, so he's going to get a lot out. But Moon's finding his third, and he's looking good here. I mean, what, 2 more is not a whole lot considering he's already taken out 3. He just needs 2 more to find the aforementioned ace clutch. He needs to retrieve the diffuser first. He's got 40 seconds to make something happen. Barcode is going to be here to watch for that drop into the security small room. Also possibly holding that rotate with Legion downstairs to support as well. 30 seconds is not a lot of time, and Barcode's going to finally get into it. Almost didn't hit the shot, but he got the job done regardless. So I guess it counts, but yeah, almost a bit of a whiff.
A little bit of a head shake there saying, nah, there was no chance that was always going to happen. Elevate find themselves on match point, and so it's 2 quick matches to start the day. Which, I mean, look, quick game's a good game. Bathroom Tellers on the cards. Yeah, no fuse available for Barcode, given that he's on the defense this time, but there is still room for shenanigans in the final round of potentially this map. Told you, though, yeah, he might be on for some shenanigans.
Told you he's been cooking, especially the first few rounds. They had 2 rounds. They looked calm it down and put it back. But I mean, something they usually see. Had a lot of interesting pictures, especially we saw views from Barcode. Ontology, I mean, definitely some weird ones, Panda, not necessarily operate a whole lot of. Even Oryx, I would sort of argue, is something that you don't see too much anymore.
He's played as a bit of a fill.
Yeah, you do.
He's sort of the fill in the defense, someone that can roam around the map quite effectively, obviously.
It's like old
being
Mute.
able to utilize, yeah,
Without the jammers.
If you're not quite sure what to throw in that fifth operator position, Oryx is more often than not the one pick.
Yeah. Can't really say too much about it, but look, Elevate. They fired up that last round. They're probably going to try and close it pretty soon.
Well, Nightcall definitely is.
Yes.
Ambitious run out. Dab has stuck with the blitz here, though. The big problem being you haven't got the Lion or a Finker, something that will add some benefit to the blitz rush, which, I mean, Chimera Duo has been seeing a huge amount of play in the last couple of weeks. I'm surprised we haven't seen it much tonight already. Obviously, either the four teams that have played, they've got their own game plans that they want to bring in. Foolish is on it again.
Straight in. Dab's been shut down by the Scoo Mine. Just is going to find one on the speakeasy as well. Elevate already find themselves 2 players down with the bomb inside of the site, yet to be planted. However, Arpe, sorry, not inside of the site, wrong site, my bad, but very close to it. Arpe is going to find one to bring Elevate a little bit closer to equalizing, but Dab's going to find one, looking for the second with the shield, but it's traded out by Tolji. It's a flurry of kills towards Tellers as the Fellas members are starting to close towards the site. Moon takes down Tolji, and it's now a 1 versus 3 for Arpe. He has the 1.5 on that UMP, but Panda, I don't know if it's enough to win this round unless he can catch these players out in the ones as the diffuser now starts to go down. It's going to have a big effect on how this plays out, given that now he only has 45 seconds to make the dream work happen.
Oh, what a drop, and he hits the head of Foolish as well. 1 versus 2. It suddenly becomes infinitely more doable, but at range, Les hits him with the AK-12. He was concussed as well by a Grishbot, so that's even more impressive. Les leads the team to a 4th.
He was close, though. I mean, he hit him. Just didn't hit him in the head, which is unfortunate. But look, good shots regardless from everybody involved. That drop was pretty funny. But, yeah, look, Elevate, they've let one slip through their fingers, so we do have a slightly longer game than the last. But the defense wasn't bad. It was just everything happened all at once. Fellas found some Foolish, again, on the Ash, just found some amazing kills out of absolutely nowhere. So, yeah, look, Elevate sort of hip fire first bullet headshot. that is unfortunate, Jamer. Tachanka? Elevate. This is the 3rd interesting pick I've seen come out from them. Tachanka with the DP. I rate it, but like, it's an interesting one.
It's sort of brief resurgence. Obviously, his ability to edit the site came back. Okay, all right, tempted, but doesn't follow through. About it. But yeah, no, it did see that brief resurgence to play. Obviously, that is an Iron Sights.
Hey, it's not bad.
As well.
I will say, I used to run that when I played ranked and stuff. It was actually pretty good. It was a clean Iron Sight.
I mean, it just surprises me. I'm not sure if it is beginning to make more sense as to why Devil's Package was able to take Elevate to, almost, well, it was in fact max overtime, but I don't know. It just feels like, again, some things are not quite gelling for this new Elevate team, or the current Elevate team.
I don't know if it's necessarily things aren't gelling. I think they're just having too much fun, which isn't a bad thing. But it obviously it's going to have some impact on how the rounds obviously play out. I mean, if you're you're just sort of rank starring it up, Iron Sight and all your guns and Tachanka and Ella and stuff. I mean, yeah, it does definitely sort of maybe play into it a little bit. But when you've got a big game on the line, it is an off-season tournament, a community tournament if you want to call it that. But I mean, they still need to lock in. They got to be getting ready to start taking the fight to some of these bigger teams, and Arpe he's gone again. Vals finds a nice kill there.
They followed up with the second, in fact. Vals is just doubling down. Barcode's gone. Fenrir and Tachanka off the board almost immediately in the first minute. Nightcall tells you speak easy. Left to do the dirty work of potentially closing out this map, and with Foolish lurking around up on the second floor by the east stairs, that potential is just becoming that much harder. And yeah, look, Warbang could have been deadly there. Speakeasy still just rocking it. Ready to go. Nitro Cell, and that does not land. He's still going to get the pickup. Sure, yeah. Oh, no. I thought he was going to lose that, but he hits both of them. Speak easy with the equalizers. That was feral. Oh, my God. He's found a third.
Yo, we talked all about the iron sight at the start of this round, and oh yeah, but it doesn't matter. 3 kills to equalise. In fact, gained the lead back in terms of the player count for Elevate. Now a 3v2.
Oh
he's looking for his 4th. My God, he's beamed it. Just Less goes down, and a quad for Speakeasy. It's now all up to Dab. They know where he is. Told you he's going to get him. It's GG's from Elevate. They locked
Told
it
you
in
was
that last
outside
round.
that entire time.
Told you was, he was all the way out east, just messing around with the Raffica. But hey, a huge round there from the Capcan. 4 for him, an individual effort. We talked about it from Foolish. Speakeasy answered back with one of his own. And look, Fella's got one more round than the predecessors in that last game. But look, still a breezy one. 7-4 for Elevate. I don't think you could have asked for much more.
Oh, there you go. The team kill from Barcode on Speakeasy has been justified. Apparently, the excuse Barcode gave was, I was wallbanging, sorry.
Makes sense. It's something I expect to hear. But I mean, look, a great game. Foolish with 13. Speakeasy, Barcode, and Arpe all breaking double digits for Elevate. Tolji and Naqual not too far behind, though, themselves. So a great game from them. With Moon also breaking double for his team as well. I mean, Panda, it was a great game across the board. Could have hoped for a little bit more from Fellas, but as we discussed at the start, they're still sort of figuring things out, making their way up as a roster, trying to compete with some of these bigger teams. But Elevate, obviously it's not an 8-7 overtime, but I would argue that was a couple of those rounds were still definitely questionable.
I think more than anything, what we saw was just Elevate easing up on the reins. I don't think this was a super serious, sweaty Elevate that we've seen in the past. I think it was just them playing the game, and they're probably having a little bit of fun towards the end in the Speakeasy Iron Sights and the Tashanka. But either way, yeah, Elevate, I want to get to that point where we start to see more from them.
Yeah, we hope. They do have one more game tonight, though. We are going to see that later on. But for now, going to head to a short break before we get into match number 3. So go and refill your drink bottle, grab some snacks. We'll be back in a moment. We are back for game number 3. 1Z taking on Fury and Blue. We're going to be going right on back to I believe Border is what I just saw there. So 3 for 3 tonight. It's really cool. We're loving it.
Yeah, we can only hope that the other matches that have been played out tonight won't be going the same direction. But yeah, Border again. Obviously, teams are liking it. That's the only conclusion I can draw.
Given that we didn't see it in Playday 1 or 2, coming to Playday 3, we've got 3 games back to back, all with Border. Something's changed. I don't know if it was strategy based or if it was something that teams have been holding on to, maybe a silver ace in the pocket or something like that. But either way, tonight the storyline has changed. Teams are picking it out of the gate over maps like Oregon Clubhouse, even Cafe. It has been a 3 for 3. So wait, isn't it Fury playing again? So Fury
is it? Yeah, no, Fury. So Fury versus
Fury
1Z.
So Fury have played Border twice tonight. They're already warmed up. 1Z haven't touched it yet, so it might be another quick game for Fury. I'd imagine it'll be a quick game for Fury, given that 1Z so far have pretty much just been the punching bag of this tournament. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. They've definitely got something up the, whether it's they're cooking something here or whatever the case may be, they're feeling quite happy. But 1Z, unfortunately, have been struggling. They have not quite had the run I think that they wanted in this tournament. But in saying that, opportunities abound for them.
Yeah, definitely. Blue, I think that if 1Z, look, they haven't had too much success so far, but provided that maybe something miraculous happens, I don't know, Fury get to start on the defense too, which is a bit rough. Hang on, who did the last ban? Let's have a look at this ban here. 1Z banned Club, Fury banned Cafe to pick Border. So Fury decided to come back, and then they also got to pick Defender-sided start. So yeah, it's a bit rough for 1Z. Could have taken him to Cafe if they'd maybe banned out Border. I would have, given if they'd been watching the stream. I hope they would have been. Apparently not. They want to try their luck. Maybe it's a map they're happy with, comfortable on. Dokkan Yin Go. Fenrir is going to be taken out this time, which might leave Azami, provided Fury don't get rid of her yet.
Yeah, I would imagine it has to more than likely be the Valkyrie. I think it really comes down to just how concerned, if at all, they are about the fact that it's 1Z. So I think realistically, so there's going to be Valkyrie. So obviously there is enough concern that they warrant a ban. But look, like I said, they won their first round of the tournament last night. So yeah, look, I'm not holding my breath currently.
Yeah, I'm not too not excited. I'm very excited about this, but it's going to be a difficult one. 1Z, as you said, one round to their name is not a whole deal of anything, but going up against a team like Fury, I don't rate their chances at all. Unfortunately, not at all. It's not looking good.
Yeah, no. And, especially with Fury having the defense, and of course, right, if you turn your attention bottom right-hand side of the screen, I9 has felt comfortable enough to immediately start the map with a Kavira.
Yeah, straight away. I thought you were talking about his actual camera as well, and I thought you were going to comment on the hats or the posture or something, and I was waiting for it, but it was the cam. I didn't even pick that up. Yeah, look, Kavira is always a funny one. He's also just sort of proned up in a corner, hiding away from the world. Why is... Okay, Crook J just shooting dark there because he felt like it, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, look, I9 hasn't been spotted, I don't think. So it's going to be interesting I'm hoping for an interrogation. I want at least one.
I wouldn't be surprised.
my
Ironsight's
God.
SMG11 for Lycolis rocking the
Suppressor
signature
as
Fury
well.
skin. Yeah, this is the I think it's the Nico special, wasn't it, back in the day? And J-Dog rocking the Cam RS on the buck as well. I don't know. Crit J's gone. J-Dog's got 2. J-Dog's dead.
Traded out by Lycolysis and Lycolysis. I was thinking about the Krebs cycle then, my bad. Biology sneaking up on me. 1Z though had a pretty good start. Dark is going to find one onto Adversary, and Dark is going to find another one onto Kyoshi. And look, the great start that 1Z had, Fury have answered back pretty quickly with 3 kills of their own to put them back in the lead. I9 yet to have any impact on that Cav, though. Great shot from Lycolis. Might find the other player on the wall. Some shots are exchanged. Some good damage as well as I9 comes round from behind. And I'm assuming he's probably going to pick this kill up. Ping as well.
Oh, no.
He's waiting for it. He's going to get the
no.
knife. He went for the punch, and Fury. Round 1. It's all memes and no dreams for 1Z.
I thought it was just Aruni that had the punch.
No, Cav
animation
does
for
when
it.
she's in the silent step.
Ah,
That's the
okay.
only time, though, when she has it. She's got the silent step she punches. Normally, obviously, it's just a knife. But
Is the SI skin?
Yes, it
the
is.
SI skin is allowed.
SI skins are allowed. They're going to try anything. they need their second round in the tournament. Protest the SI skin. Straight
I mean,
away.
either way, it's smoke skin, right? Yeah, like I was
Yes,
like, yeah, is that me?
correct.
Is that cool? Whatever, I don't care.
That's the one. It is allowed.
Dear. Either way, yeah, Kev stuck out. This, to be fair, like I said, first round was won by 1Z yesterday, and it was Kyoshi that did a lot of the legwork. I think this is exactly how the rest of the match is going to go.
Yeah, probably. The only time I see Fury lose any more rounds is if, I9 gets taken out and, they're just all memeing, trying to, knife and stuff or things like that. We got a Torbrow from Crit J, whether or not that's for the gadget or just for the fact that he gets the AR, I'm not sure. Utility wasn't a big problem that round. We got Ram from Kyoshi, first time tonight we've seen Ram play, with Shiba actually switching off of it to let his teammate play it. Yeah, look, I don't think 1Z are even going to get a single round Panda if I had to put money down.
Yeah, and if it is okay, so it's the MPX from Torbrow, so it's not even the AR-15. So we've got 2 of them in play. Given that Valkyrie's banned, we could have had 3, depending on how things go. But yeah, look, I think if this is to be another round on the board for 1Z this matchup, it'll be off the back
my
of
gosh.
Fury playing some very silly games.
Yep, I9 is counting the ceiling tiles in the roof like I used to in Year 9 maths class. As Crit J is going to find 2 for himself early in this round. Adversary and Kyoshi are taken down. Torbrow, forget the gadget. He's just here to shoot people as the buck now moves away from that CC window. As he looks to back off and try and reconsolidate with the rest of 1Z. Possibly maybe even find a kill elsewhere. As BG Man is going to adopt the suppressor theory, but here comes I9. If he gets the down here, he's definitely going for the interrogate, but no, he's taken down. Some good damage dealt, but not enough to find the kill. The run out from Crit J for his third, Lycolis for one of his own. It's all up to Shiba.
I wouldn't call her a run out to say it was a crap. It was a bot walkout, if anything.
Yeah, true.
And Shiva's very much isolated. He knows that there's people coming for him. He jumps himself into tellers, spots the one, only to be swung on. Another MPX kill, and Dark's just on the hunt. Yeah, 1Z, it's unfortunately likely going to be a short night for them.
Hey, look, I'll take it. Quick game's a good game, as my music teacher used to say. My sports teacher, whichever one it was. But yeah, look, Fury, I don't actually think that there has been any strategy to anything that they've pulled off. It has literally just been run around and Call of Duty it up. 1Z have not seen too much success at all. I mean, the first round they got a couple of kills, but that was pretty much it. The fact that I9 was allowed to, melee Nomad there as well. That round he didn't get away with it. Could have seen the interrogation. We were close, but he's going to jump off it this round. He's opted for Catcan this time, so possibly a serious round from Fury. But regardless, 1Z, I don't see any rounds for them at all. If it's a very bleak opinion, but I think unfortunately it's the case.
Yeah, it's dire straits. Very much dire straits, unfortunately. What have we got in the defense this time? Crit J on the alibi, the cap. I mean, it's not too trolly, all said and done, but the alibi is not something that we have seen a heck of a lot lately, and Crit J was considering it. Crit J was a hair's breadth away from doing a barcode.
Who's thinking? Hoping, praying, and thinking. Look, we don't even see Jaeger much anymore. Like, it's just so many operators that used to be staples in competitive Siege have just fallen off for ops that, have just come out or are slightly newer or have had buffs recently. Miku's already dead. Lycolis is outside with the Iron Sight SMG taking out Sheba. And I mean, 1Z, you've already lost your Ashe, your Ram. Like, what's going on here? What is happening? Because Fury aren't playing Rainbow Six Siege. They're playing Nintendogs with their Wii controllers, and they're just walking around one-tapping people.
Pretty much.
It's not even Siege. It's just a COD TDM lobby.
Pretty much. I'm not sure you expect too much different in this matchup. This is very much the top of the lobby. Top of the leaderboard, bottom of the leaderboard situation.
Yeah, it is.
BG Man is going to be covered, and Crit J just walks to the end of the balcony. And, Homie wanted to go for the team kill there. They're just going to leave BG Man to bleed out. No, okay, finally gets him up.
He got him up. He's back outside, though.
J-Dog's pretty sharp.
He's picking him up. They keep going at him. He's got 3. One down for the count, but it's I9 through that main armory wall. The tactical timeout, the first one tonight, and probably the only one we'll see, has been called by 1Z Panda. 3 rounds in. This is the 4th. Things are definitely not looking very good at all. J-Dog's got 5, most of them within that round, but we still have 3 donuts on 1Z. It's definitely not looking too hot for him right now.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Cheapers. This is just brutality at its finest. And look, unfortunately, in any competition there is a team who is going to walk in and find themselves one on the leaderboard. And for 1Z, it is them. If nothing else, they take this as a learning opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, get some notes out of it, write some stuff down, take something away to go and work on. I mean, you're always improving in a competitive standpoint. You look at one of the best teams of the world, G2, they were constantly learning. And then the one year that they sort of slacked off a bit was the year that they lost to Empire. It's the same. Well, this obviously is a very different scenario. This isn't the major or a 6 invitational, but I mean, 1Z are very outmatched and outskilled by Fury. They're a great team, a very well-practiced team as well, throughout multiple, tier 1, tier 2 tournaments. So you can't really say too much about Fury, but there's just such a difference. I mean, we were never expecting much from 1Z, and that's not, harping on at the players or anything at all. It's just there is a very big skill disparity, a very big one. I don't know. Definitely bigger than the first match even. I mean, the first team that Fury took on arguably were a harder stack to go up against than this is. Just even based on how the game's playing out so far, it's night and day.
Yeah, it's bleak times, unfortunately, but I mean, going into the round, it feels like Fury are just lining up with a slightly more serious approach to the game after the first 3 rounds. The operators are lining up more in the way we would expect them to. So whether it's a case of, someone, I would imagine more than likely I9 is saying, come on guys, as much fun as that was, we need to be a bit serious, we need to lock things down, we've got a big month next month. Either way, there are still Iron Sight's SMG 11 plays from Lycolis here in the break room, and he's looking for an early peak, and he's dead.
Oh, well, sometimes you got to cut down a tree. And the tree was definitely cut down that round. Fury are feeding themselves to the waiting arms of 1Z this time. 2 of them have gone down. Crit J now as well falling to adversary. And I mean, look, we've seen some good kills so far from 1Z. A 5v2 is a great position to find yourself in, as BG Man is at least attempting to do something, but he left himself exposed for too long. And Adversary is going to take him out. I9 now fighting for his life. Impact's coming out to try and kill this Osa, but he's going to do more damage to himself than the enemies. He's still alive somehow, getting another one, but he finally gets traded out. It's a valiant effort, but Fury, you've given them their second round in the tournament. They've doubled their round count, Panda. This is huge, monumental.
I mean, to be fair, impacting yourself not once but twice
doesn't help.
Doesn't help. It's less than ideal, but
should have stuck to Cav.
It's a round, I suppose. Nothing. To be fair, it's a round that you take absolutely nothing from. I think if you're 1Z, you didn't really do it off your own merits. It was them just being silly. It was
some silly Billy action.
Well, either way, maybe Fury take that as a bit of a wake up call. I doubt it, but hey.
Yeah, it's whatever it is, it's wild. I don't even think that there was really.
I9 does not look phased in the slightest.
No, he's not. He doesn't care at all. He is stanced up. That is a man that is completely and utterly locked into his own fun. He does not care about the game right now. Well, he does, but in his own weird sense, he's just not. He's not bothered. Glazed, just chilling, and I don't blame him. From what we've seen from 1C so far, again, I hate to be a pessimist, but it hasn't been awesome in the slightest at all. It has not been great, and that one round that they did just win was arguably charity from Fury. Definitely could have been easily avoided if they weren't all hanging out of doors.
Yeah, just a little bit. And Lycolis is about to do it again.
They're all doing it again. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought he would have learned his lesson from the last round where J-Dog killed him immediately. But no. Lessons are learned the hard way, and unfortunately for Lycolis, he is going to learn it the absolute hardest way possible as Kyoshi finds a freebie.
The fact that he almost kind of like did something about that then as well. Like he was on point. He was ready to hit that shot. But look, Nitro comes out, Dark finds one, VG Man takes down the Osa as well, which is great, but they're going to lose the Tobarao. Adversary takes down Dark, so it's a 3v3, slightly in favour of Fury, more HP, I would argue, on their side. Oh, maybe not, maybe a little bit less, regardless, a 3v3. Still some good utility on the defense side, as well as the attacking side, so both teams still have a lot to work with here.
Yeah, this is a bit dicey, I think, for Fury. They're playing too many shenanigans now. And it's... Crit J, buddy, come on, there you go. He finally gets it. He's going to play out the chassis with that older 5.56. He's throwing away a decent amount of ammo out of it too, so... I don't know. They know he's there. They're well aware. Where's I9? That's the question. What can he achieve in this round without his teammate throwing away their lives?
I don't even know where I9 is. He's just off chilling. He's... again, completely unfazed by what's unfolding on the side. He's downstairs, actually. Possibly looking for the impact denial, which is big. That's actually a good shout. His teammate's going to start being droned, though, which is going to put him in a bit of a dire strait here, given that the wall is open and his position is largely compromised now from the droning efforts. He's being held possibly from main wall. Maybe not. Maybe they haven't seen him jump in here. As the stuns now start to come out from that lifeline launcher, as Shiva walks into the site, he's taken down by the Maestro. The Alder is letting it rip. Kyoshi goes down as well. It's all up to Adversary just outside the main wall as he walks on in, trying to clear his teammates. But unfortunately, it's all gone to the back end as it's now a 1v2. They got I9 for denial below, and Panda, I don't see much happening here for 1Z.
Yeah, things are coming through, so the info is there. He's got 2 impacts as well to play. Crit J is, at this point, just a bit of a bait and switch. And yeah, I9 is going to have that information. Mouse 1 goes hard. Adversary pulled off, and I9 pops the hatch below him. And yeah, that's... oh no, the hatch is already open. Yeah, it just drops right in front of him. Oh dear, freebie.
Yeah, you love to see it. Almost through the wall as well, and he got on the camera. If he hadn't fallen down the hatch and he was on the camera, that could have been dangerous. Albeit I9 did still have the scan through the floor. But still, yeah. 1Z, I mean, again, Fury were just throwing themselves. I mean, what, Lycolis is outside as smoke. First 30 seconds of the round, he's just chilling outside. And Fury still win that round. I mean... it just shows the caliber. They can have some fun, they can mess around, and they can still get it done. it just speaks to the level. 1Z, honestly, they don't look too pressed right now. They're still sort of, I guess, just there, existing. They're not happy, they're not sad. They're just, they're locked in, they're playing. Fury are definitely having fun. I9's all smiles. He usually is, though, regardless, as well as Crit J. So, I mean, the Fury roster's having their fun, but yeah, for 1Z, it's do or die now. They need this round. They're going to go to defense. This is the difference maker.
I think this is more than anything just quiet resignation, identifying the fact that this is always how it was going to kind of go.
Always has been.
Yeah, it was written a while back, and I think this is just them quiet resignation. They're just going to play the game, learn what they can, and hope for the best.
Ubisoft wrote this script a few months ago. We only got it today, and we're having some fun with it. But so Fury, what is this? This is wild. I don't think I've seen something like this in literal years in R6. Like, I was struggling with this
I used
Nitro.
to play it on the SI map. This is how I used to set up armory walls with two things next to each other.
That makes sense. In terms of competitive Siege, I don't think I've seen it in a while.
To be fair, it worked far better than it had any right to. So
yeah, it does. You can't. Yeah, if it doesn't break, don't fix it. But Fury are definitely experimenting, I guess we'll call it, with the strategy so far.
Well, whatever the case may be, Crit J tops a shot, tucks him, bides time, reloads. Yeah, this is. There really isn't all that much you can. Oh, okay.
Oh no.
It's
getting the dogs through the floor.
Maybe it was a bait. I don't know what's going on. It's all just a bit of chaos. Okay, yeah. So he was meant to pop the hatch. Once chooses to save his impact rather than throw it away. They are actually just sound baiting right now. They are literally sound baiting.
That's all they're doing. That's all they need to do. Fury just play them. Like Oz is outside. He's fucking buck. What's going on? Could change there to trade it. Cheaper doesn't even know what's happening. He got the call out that one's possibly towards Armory. 360 on the holy jeez. He's just been sat down. All I can do is sit here and laugh because what is just.
Pretty sure the man just plugged into the controller.
I was going to say, he literally just plugged in his controller, held the left stick, walked out a little bit, and clicked R2 once. Or L2 for you Xbox gamers. No, RT, sorry. For your Xbox gamers. That's funny, though. Like, Mira walks out, hip fires the buck, and then just sits there. Panda. Oh, this is reminding me of an LPL Pro game ages ago where Circular Spheres took on, I think it was F5 or something, and they just didn't get in the building once. It was awesome. It was absolutely awesome.
Sometimes it's how it goes. Sometimes, and Lycolis is already going to the Kali.
This is going to be great. This is an awesome game. Probably my favourite of the night so far. Fury 5-1. I mean, it's 2 rounds from the end, arguably. I don't think we're going to see too much from 1Z after that round. My hopes would be shattered if I was playing in this match after that one. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Oh well. Yeah, Capital, Kali. It's going to be stuck out. So Lycolis is running the sniper rifle. For the most commendable that, I say commendable, and then Miku's prepped and ready to go for a West Belk snipe, but no, not to be. Oh dear.
They're all trying it though. I mean, they're trying to take the aggression of Fury. They've got the... Oh! If that aircon unit wasn't there, Dark might have actually just been fragged there by J-Dog. Lycolis is going to find the first though. Sheba will go down, and the Gon 6 comes out, but he is traded straight away by Adversary. Miku takes some substantial damage, as well as J-Dog crossing back towards that office side from the top of main stairs. I9 is on a G3 iron sight as Crit J takes down Adversary, as well as J-Dog, who is also running the iron sight. The Melusi gives I9 away. but he's got his teammate there. He's going to take down Miku and Panda. I don't think much is happening here for 1Z at all. Crit J is good for at least 3 or 4 in that
Iron
round.
Sights ARX. Yeah,
Iron
classic.
Sights ARX. And yeah, look, I think Fury have thrown in the official towel and busted out the meme towel.
Well, whatever the case may be. Match point on the cards for Fury. Oh dear. This is an interesting one, to say the least.
Easy breezy cover girl. That's there really isn't much to say. I wish there was so much more to divulge into in a game like this. You know, 1Z, they're making all these plays. There's great strategy. There isn't. Fury are literally dismantling them, piece by piece, round by round. The one round they won was off of, again, charity. There was no reason that Fury shouldn't have lost it. And here we are. Everyone's running Iron Sights. We got a Kali from Lycolis. If he could have an Iron Sight on that, I'm sure he would. You know, 1Z have like these awesome strats and sight setups, and we picked all our opera, and it doesn't matter. Fury are just out here taking names and punching time cards. That is all that's happening. And it's unfortunate, but it was expected.
Yeah. I don't know. Whatever the case may be. A third reasonably succinct match in a row. Crit J's 12-3. Lycolis, I mean, can he snipe someone? Surely he can. You hope so.
I'd imagine so. I'm hoping so. Need to see some of that CRX 1000 action or whatever it is called. I forget now. It's been too long. Oh my gosh. Tell me he gets someone here. I mean, he's looking at the wall, but it'd be cool if he got a jump out. Just something for 1Z here, I hope. But no, it's actually going to be Kyoshi who gets wall banged by the Iron Sight Para. Adversary will get one to trade, though. I mean, Panda, there's absolutely nothing to break down. He's going to get him.
Oh,
he got him. Okay, there you go. There's the snipe kill. Aversing a, C9 with a 1.5 as well, with a headshot now onto Adversary 2. J-Dog's given himself away, but I don't think he lasts much longer.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, this J-Dog, he's pretty sharp on it. He's been hitting some ripper shots, 10 and 7. Dark on the plant, which means it's effectively a 1 versus 1, just I9 covering. But where is I9? There he is.
Hold on.
J-Dog might be on for the 1v3 clutch.
Oh my god.
Nitro deep, but it's off the mark. Ooh. Looking for the warbag. Well, J-Dog's done it. The quad clutch. The man hits the 360. Now it's about fighting the diffuser. Can he do it? Yeah, easy. Easy money. J-Dog coming in big for 1Z Esports.
That's huge. That's actually massive. That is something we can talk about. A 1v3. He's gassed. Look at him. 1v3 with a 4K for the round. Through the wall for the final. That is an insane clutch. Some great gun skill from 1Z there. Well, J-Dog specifically. Great gun skill from him. But I mean, geez, Fury sort of letting it falter a little bit there in that final moment. All spread apart, giving him the ones. This is what we talked about in that first game. Fury don't give away the ones. What did they do just then? They gave away the ones. That was the difference that was made. J-Dog was able to individually lock down those players. I mean, Ace didn't even really see him. He died through the wall. That Nitro, I thought, was sure that was going to lock it in, but just managed to get away, but it didn't matter. Keep in mind, 1Z have officially tripled their round count tonight. I guess that's a W.
Yeah, who would have thought? That's that's pretty crazy. Well, wild times. J-Dog, something else, though. Doesn't stop Fury from, shenaniganizing again.
Glass. Have they got a Monty as well? Surely not. Are they going to go for just the Glaz out West plan? It looks like that might be what they're setting up for if they have the Monty. They don't. They have Grim. So, I mean, they could still go for it. With the Glaz, it's definitely a viable strategy. Especially with that long distance, but...
Oh, well.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so Kali, Ace, Grim, Iana, Glaz, so 2 snipers, they've got 2 smokes. There is a Warden, however, in the hands of the man himself, the legend J-Dog. So how effective that is going to be, it's hard to say.
Can I also point out very quickly, with 30 seconds in, Castle still has 2 barricades on hand. J-Dog, after that last round, is a little bit hungry for some kills, but he's going to be taken down by I9. They all have iron sights. I'm pretty sure that is the case, except for Lycolis, who physically cannot have an iron sight other than on the SPS. But Adversary is going to take down Dark, and Lycolis is just going to walk into the side. He's holding a great ankle here too. He can take down that office player. He can kill Fountain here. Indeed, he will. Finds the first. Fury now have control of the Teller's bomb site. BG Man's going to find Adversary. I9 most likely going to come up the metal stairs here as Fury look to collapse onto the site now that they have control of it. Yoshi is going to be able to find one onto Crit J, but it's nothing when Lycolis comes in like that with the hammer. The spot now on Miku as well with the bees, and he's in trouble at the bottom of the west stairs. Lycolis for 3 with the sniper. Fury lock it out in a 7-2 victory. It's GG's and some great plays.
Unfazed, honestly, and if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves, expected in the grand scheme of things.
They all have iron sights.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. It was
not that crazy. Not that crazy.
No, there's
dear.
There's nothing to break down from that. It was just Fury being Fury against a team that they knew they could absolutely dog on, and I think they did exactly that. There was a lot of dogging going on. And yeah, 1Z, the first round they won, Charity. The second round, J-Dog, that was huge for me. I mean, a great round from him. Mechanically, positionally, I mean, great. Picking out those ones, really, really good. But that is pretty much the only round we can break down. Every other round from that was just Fury plugging in the Wii remotes and having some fun with it. I mean, yeah, there's not much to say about that other than it is just a class difference, and it was very evident that that was the case.
Yeah, a bit rough, all said and done, but unfortunately, that is not all for 1Z tonight. They do have to take on Gelida to close out the day as we go into the Gelida, back-to-back matchup. Look, again, like you said, take the successes where you can. Honestly, they got themselves, they tripled their score count, which is pretty big.
It's huge. I mean, it's such a small thing, but for a team like 1Z, as you said, they're the team that's walked into the tournament and they are going to be that bottom team. I think they're probably aware of that by now with 3 play days in, and the fact that they've only won 3 rounds is not very ideal at all for any competitive team. I mean, you want to be doing at least a bit more damage than that. So, yeah, definitely a small win for them tonight. Well, actually, quite a big win. Tripling your round count's a huge thing, especially in any tournament. But yeah, it was a good performance. I think they could have done a little bit better, but again, that's just going to come down to pracking. And speaking of that, we're going to go to another break. We'll be back for match number 4 very shortly. So don't go anywhere, we'll return.
don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Please don't let me in.
Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Go!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We've had 3 amazing games so far. We're heading into the 4th. Blue Panda, this is one that I'm also looking forward to. Elevate taking on Galita. This is going to be a, hopefully, pretty good matchup. Not as quick as the last 3 we've seen so far. I'm hoping for a few more rounds, but nonetheless, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, look, battle of old and new. I don't know. You look at old Gelita, they haven't quite felt the same since they were the Elevate roster. And then you look at the current Elevate roster, and I mean, honestly, last year both had their highs, both had their lows, obviously. No Cap at the time, now Gelita didn't get the chance to play through in stage 1. There were some issues there, but coming to stage 2. And I have some good news for you, Proto. This is a fallacy. This is a lie. It isn't actually border. It's bank. We're going to bank for this map instead. So we don't have to do it all over again for a 4th time. No guarantees on the 5th though.
Look, we could still have 4 borders tonight, Panda. I'd be upset. But look, if it's the map that teams want to play, it's the map that teams want to play. I'm happy with Bank. Bank is a good map. It's one that's seen an increase in play, I think, over the last couple of years. Definitely when it used to, obviously before it was removed, when it was there, it was a very big map. Then it was removed, obviously, then it wasn't played, and then it was put back in. So it's had a bit of a wild trip to get to where it is today. Obviously, a couple of reworks here and there too, moving some hatches around, things, whatnot, a couple of hard floors that used to be soft, etc. So it's a map that has seen some changes, but it's going to be one, hopefully, that is a good map for tonight's matchup. A map that allows for both strategic as well as necessarily not strategic play, which I think will play a little bit into Gelita's playstyle.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine so, but I mean, on a map like Bank, I mean, we did have Onigiri absent yesterday, so whether or not he is going to be playing, there's been a lot of talk that he isn't in fact playing for this team, and Sapper has been standing in. So whether he's away this weekend, whatever the case may be, it's feeling like Gelita still are plagued by some of those issues that they were plagued by last year. They couldn't quite crack onto the same form that we've seen from them in the past. But again, new year, new me, maybe this is Gelita's year to come back.
Let's hope, let's pray, let's do something, because they're going to need it. Going up against the new Elevate, they've already had a pretty good night tonight, so far at least on border. They had a pretty decent game against Fellas. So, coming into this next one, I'd assume they're warmed up, they're ready to go, they're nice and hot off the press, and Gelita are going to have to kick things up a notch if they want to do better than the counterparts have already tonight. Border was actually first to go, so Gelita have been watching the games tonight. They didn't want to play that at all. It was their first ban, which is fair enough. Consulate and Cafe getting a fair way through there, nothing out of the ordinary. Night Haven, 3rd ban for Elevate, cool, I guess, still not being played, being avoided, but Bank, yeah, a great proving ground. I said this, it's a map that can rely on strategy, but you can also get away with playing a little bit more, out of the norm. You sort of have a lurker, chuck a guy up white stairs and he'll get 4 kills type of map. You can do that on Bank, which I think is going to play a little bit more towards Gelita. Elevate might not be expecting it. You don't have the strats, so you just send people in type thing. Elevate are a very structured team, at least they used to be. So I guess we'll see if that sort of rank style play style meta plays off for Gelita, but hopefully Elevate are clued into it.
You'd have to imagine, I mean, both these teams have known each other quite well over the last couple of years playing through Apex South, but again, both have had their misses, both have had their struggles. I think I think if I'm being honest, I think this does lean a little bit more towards the side of current Elevate as opposed to the old Elevate, which is now the Julie the Streamers team. And as a result, I think... Look, I would expect this one to go quite a distance, but yeah, old Elevate really just have not looked on form for a while.
No, definitely not, especially since their departure from Elevate. Yeah, look, my money is going to be with normal Elevate, current Elevate, the Elevate, purely just because of the form. I mean, as you said, old Elevate are gone. They got subs. Their Gelita are just not in their full 100% fighting form, whereas Elevate are. They've got their core. They're looking pretty healthy. They've had a really good first game tonight, and I'd assume will continue that stretch all the way through without any real question. Bank is a map, as we said, that can be beneficial to both playstyles, but I think if any playstyle from these two teams is going to come through, it is going to be that structured, cool, calm, and collected that Elevate do like to play. They're just going to break it down to its simplest form and play some really good Siege. Gelita are going to have to watch out for their basics. They're going to have to be checking things that they might normally not check, and we'll see if they can get more rounds than 4. That's the most I think we've seen any opposing team get tonight, Panda. So fingers crossed we get something a little bit more hectic out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what level they're bringing here. No? Okay, so it will be Saparin once again, it seems. So no Onigiri to play through. Yeah, it looks that much for certain. So, I mean, current Elevate, I think, would be the favourite of the two teams, but Gelita, I mean, they've got that star factor. I mean, this is a team that the longest time dominated Southeast Asia and APAC as South APAC, APAC South rather, as a whole. So that skill has not been lost over time. In fact, if anything, it's been honed.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a great sort of last few months so far for Elevate currently. They've been playing really, really well. So hopefully they can continue that tonight on Bank. I mean, regardless of the outcome, I still think the outcome is going to be that they win. There's a terrible way to word that sentence. I'll say that right now, but I have a feeling that current Elevate have definitely got this in the bag. No questions, but it's going to be an interesting one. I feel like if Gelita really pick themselves up, they will have a chance to do some damage. Maybe not win, but definitely do some damage. Overtime, maybe. I'm not too sure, but Blue Panda, unfortunately, we haven't got the game quite ready, so we are going to chuck it to a break, and we'll be back when this one's ready to kick off. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game number 4. Sorry for the tech break, but we are finally back into the action bank. We've had a small sub. Unfortunately, Arpe has had a little bit of an electrical fault, so the sub is filling in. Sunan will be playing today for Elevate instead of Arpe.
Yeah, unfortunate loss. Arpe's been quintessential to this team for a long time now. Sunan, look, he's the coach of the team, has been coach for the team for a very long time, so he understands the game, how it's meant to be played. Maybe not as fresh in the server, I think, but even still, I think you can safely say that he should be up to snuff.
Yeah, definitely. I'd imagine that there won't be too much wrong with his play style. I mean, as you said, maybe not necessarily up to scratch with current metas as much as maybe he might need to be, but he'll still be sharp on the sticks, no doubt about it. No Ying ban. We do have Twitch come out instead, Solus to follow as well, with the final ban remaining now in the hands of Elevate. They are going to choose to remove the Valkyrie, which honestly isn't really surprising, to be honest. We were sort of expecting that. Nothing out of the ordinary in this ban phase, except for maybe the Twitch Panda, if I had to pick. That's the only op that sort of stands out there.
I mean, yes and no. We see plenty of it. And I mean, you think of a map like Bank, you think of all those cameras. And
downstairs, yeah.
all those different positions where you're going to be placing that utility. So, yeah, look, especially, if you think about, you take Basement Bomb Site, for example, you're going to be running a Goyo. Doesn't seem to be this time around, but more often than not, you do run the likes of a Goyo. The Vulcan canisters on that wall to deny any sort of cheeky plant attempts. So, the fact that it's not being here, bit of a surprise, but that Twitch definitely would have gone to work and made quick work of it too.
Yeah, regardless, they do still have a lot of util that they can clear. Capcan traps. Oh, wow. I was going to say, that's an interesting Azami that sort of blocks rotates. You got to break it to get past it. But, hey, that's a cool piece of util. That's why Azami is as strong as she is. But yeah, that Twitch drone will be able to clear out a lot still. Capcan traps, Mozzies if they get it on the right angle, Legion Mines. There is still definitely a valid reason for bringing her here. And I think that it's a good choice. Regardless, though, they are going to swap off it. It's banned. They're not going to swap off it, but they're not going to be able to bring it. So regardless, the Blitz is going to be coming out.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen plenty of in the last wee while. The Blitz rushes on Basement, pretty stock standard. The Ying and the Sens as well. Sen's a little bit less than likely than those operators that are traditionally picked, but I could see why it is being threatened, given that you're traditionally going to be playing either your Nitro Cell operator or your Smoke deep in that secondary bomb site over towards the, I believe it's A bomb site, and long-arming that utility to try and deny a cheeky plant.
Yeah, just something. It's always a good idea to try and do damage, I suppose, where you can from long distance without getting involved too much, which is why operators like Sens can be good, because they can cut off lines of sight that allow you to play those long angles, especially for the defense. Like you got the 1.5 on the Mozzie, similar thing on Castle, so things like that. But I'm pretty sure they've just dropped into gold. Yeah, Blitz leading the charge. DCH the first to go. Smokes to come out to deny the cross. Yings as well inside of the B site, completely free, minus the castle. Team Flash to come out, though, is going to make things a little bit more difficult as the Hipfire is attempting to deal with this castle. Mr. Punch to find a Nitro to come out, takes down Speakeasy, but Rekka will find one for himself as well. A 3 versus 3 as the shots keep ringing out. Gila will find another. Marky gets one, but it's traded out by Naqual and Panda. It dies down a little bit, 2v2.
And we've lost DCH as well. It's all coming together. Both new and old Elevates. And yeah, Sunan, the coach, he's found his first kill in the server in, I think, a good long while. Unfortunately for them, it's Mr. Punch that's still alive, and he's lived up to that name so many times in the last 48 hours. He definitely is the one to punch on through these objectives. Has to have an idea that the army is there. He's going to look to clear out the barricade of the last charge. Shots given out. He knows that there is an Azami there, but it's a rotation game. Oh, Mr. Punch has to read this rotate. Has to read the pull-off here from Nykal. This is a hell of a 1v1, but he's convinced the impact in the back. It's all just mind games. Goes to the reset. Mr. Punch aggressive, but
nice.
Nykal holds it down.
Very well played by Elevate. I mean, it was tight there, but it was well read. There wasn't even a player in gold, Panda, when they dropped it. There was nobody there to directly contest that drop. There was a player by Elevator, but I think that was about it. Rekka found a really good opener there. Mark to follow it along as well. I mean, even IDFC was sort of leading the charge on Blitz. Didn't get any kills for it, but I mean, still created enough of a confusion factor that Elevate were sweating, but they locked it out regardless. I mean, yeah, the disconnect, but doesn't matter. He's back and locked in, ready to go.
Yeah, he's a bit of a unit. Old Mr. Punch, unfortunately, not enough that he got the round win there. Going into the second, I think Elevate, even with Coach Sunan playing for them, look like they haven't missed a beat.
Yeah, no, not at all. They've been really, so far anyway, at least, really solid. Missing Ape obviously is going to be a bit interesting, given that he had such a good showing in the first match that we saw them play tonight. Regardless of that fact, though, Sinon so far, I mean, setup-wise, he knows all the drills. I mean, hopefully he would. He's the coach. But, still sharp. I mean, still locked in, still ready to play. And just jumped in at a moment's notice, which was good to help the boys out. So, love to see it.
Well, I mean, seeing them not come in, again, hasn't seen a lot of play in the last wee while, but it's good to see it back on a map like Bank. On defense, a lot of denial, a lot of utility burn that is going to have to come into play. Plus Speakeasy, of course, playing the dock here. That is just a lot of sustain unless they can clear him out early. Interesting that we're not seeing the potential threat of a mirror come through, especially on that second floor, but obviously Elevate have their own game plan.
Yep, they always do, especially when they find the openers. Tolji takes down Rekka. And that's a great opener.
It's just Sapper backwards.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's been a while. It's quite funny because I didn't even Mark. I was reading these names. I was like, oh my gosh. I keep thinking they're Elevate as well. I think I've said a couple of times that they are Elevate. It's just been.
Oh, they were. They're old Elevate.
They were. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying though. It's been so long. Either way, Sapper. He's chilling, and it looks like that GLD are going to just maybe send it in here.
I mean, the Toxic Candela is nice and deep. Smokes on the coverage as well, but Barcode's going to make this a tough time. Loses his entire life for it. Mr. Punch with the big LMG. And another Candela in pocket. Throws out the last one, trying to flush the player over towards Janitor, but no, to rotate into Long Desk instead. Spotted him. I'm pretty sure he just saw Speakeasy, but didn't actually identify the fact that it was a player.
He saw him for a second there. Just maybe his shoulder or something. I don't think he's quite sure on what he maybe did see through that rotate, so he is going to confirm now. The doc is trying to come through to get the health boost to the teammate, but unfortunately, I think he did get it off before he died, but he will be taken down there by Mark on the window, which leaves Elevate in a 2 versus 3. They have good information on the site as well as to where Tolji resides. Sunan, largely unknown component, though, in the strategy right now, especially with that not coming up those main stairs, I'm assuming is what's happening through Lone Office towards the main side near Elevator, but I'm not sure, Panda. They need to get this bomb down, but it's all sort of ground to a halt here while they're trying to make a play into the site.
Yeah, they can't do so scot-free, unfortunately, so Mr. Punch is going to have to cut deep, deal with the bulletproof camera and get that plant underway. But where is the coverage? Tolji has an opportunity potentially, but those castle barricades working just as much against the defenders. Plant does go down. Tolji gets the kill after the fact, so it's not the reset that they were hoping for. Big kill from Sunan once again, and it's Mark on the rappel. He's now known. Tolji for a third, and Coach Sunan justifiably getting the chance to defuse.
It was great from Tolji, coming out of arguably the middle of nowhere there, stuck inside of meeting. Made a play in the connector, killed 2. Found the diffuser. It was in a good place as well because you can't shoot it from the banana windows. You have to be on the site windows. Even then, it's a bit of a difficult angle because you've got the bookshelf to hide behind if you defuse on the banana side, if you understand what I'm saying. So it was in a bit of a rough spot, but they had to plant it there because of the information from the bulletproof, which was great from Elevate setup. obviously Sunan has been going through the paces with them and putting these strats down on the board, but that camera there arguably made such a big difference because it forced them into the side. It gave Tolji that ability to take that fight, find that player, and open the door for Sunan to find one as well, which arguably won them that round. So really well played by Elevate. But that is the difference, you know what I mean? You've got, so far tonight, all it has been is gunplay, but we have strategy coming in now. It's utility usage, it's positioning, it's everything, it's information. And both of these teams do it so well. GLD, unfortunately, not copying the better end of the stick so far, but hey, look, there's still plenty of rounds left on bank so far.
Well, I mean, you look at the attacking lineup for this round. Brava coming in alongside that line, so they're going to try and deal with the offsite presence. Speaking of, Speakeasy down in the garage on the Catcan has got the utility out, so he's going to be deep on the road. Now, whether or not Gelita can actually identify these offsite players and deal with them, now that's another story.
Well, they did just identify Capcan because he got line scanned, so he just didn't stop moving in time. So they know that one was offside at least. He might no longer be, but he was, which is, I suppose, something for them to work off. If they have their pre-placed in the right spot, they can watch his rotates and see where he goes. I suppose that's a good thing, but Elevate don't seem too worried about it. They still have these players moving around, making their plays elsewhere. I mean, the site's still being set up to some degree. Castle barricades are a bit late, but that's not really the end of the world. As DCH gets one on the white stairs, Speakeasy taken down, rotating from that bottom floor all the way back up to the site.
You get to be careful playing as a roamer on bank, especially with the line and active and available. These Brava drones, there's only so much utility I think they can steal here. Most of that Fenrir gadget, and well, Mark finds Barcode also. So this round looking a little bit more promising for the Gelita Stream team, having taken down two key players very early on.
Good kills too. I mean, it's a Nitro, possibly two off the board if Speakeasy was running a Nitro. I don't know, but if he was, that's two big kills. It all sort of slows down a little bit now as Gelita play for more control before they look towards the execute maybe. I don't know if Sunan realizes he's been droned here. It was one down to his right. He's going to have to move, but from above, he's taken out. Don't know if he was too aware of what was going on there, but unfortunately, he's going to pay with his life. Mr. Punch also finding one onto Tolji, leaving just Nikwal, who's completely blinded inside of Archives. And he's going to be taken down by Mark. A flawless round for Gelita, and that's a really good way to answer back to Elevates 2 so far.
Really is. I mean, it's so much needed momentum and a bit of easing off of that pressure that Elevate had up mounting on Gelita. Back to the basement though. Line almost needs to be stuck out here for the remainder of the half if Gelita do want to find some success. The Ying as well, much needed in the current state of the game. Running without her is a real problem.
Yeah, it has been. Ying has also proven, I know not necessarily every round to be the strongest, but I mean, has been a bit of an issue. We saw the flashbangs being pretty sort of content in that first and third round. First and second round, maybe not the third, but Line as well has also somehow now found his place in this roster. I think it worked really well for them locking down those roamers. I mean, they got the early info of that downstairs player, which allowed them to find DCH, the kill from Skylight. Speakeasy rotated back up. They knew he was going to have to come up somewhere, so they just held his avenues. He wasn't going to come up square, because obviously that's where they are. He's not going to go up a circle. They have a drone. Where's he going to go? He's going to go white. And that's where he was. So Gelita really sort of locked it in that round. Completely different play style from what we've seen the first two rounds, and Elevate was sort of caught with their pants down. I mean, a flawless victory for Gelita, that's a big thing.
Yeah, most definitely. IDFC anticipating aggression off the rip, but it's not going to be seen. Scans out already, and yeah, Barcode has such a key position to play top white stairs, top blue stairs, top service stairs, whatever you want to call it. But it's interesting, we're not seeing the shield there anymore with the smoke, which has been, for the longest time, such an iconic setup in that position.
Yeah, I mean, after Smoke lost his shield, it was a bit of a shame, because he sort of fell out of the meta completely. I mean, from what I heard from players and other sort of shows that I've watched, Smoke has really lost a lot of his playtime. people don't pick him as much as they used to because he's just not as strong as he used to be, which is a bit of a shame given how good he used to be. But yeah, some early altercations, a little bit of damage here and there. Elevate just sort of dealing some early shots, but nothing too substantial at the moment, just some warnings. But GLD are making good time. I mean, a minute, and they're pretty much already starting to move into the second floor now.
Yeah. You want to make good time on a map like that. If you dally too much, you really struggle. But Nightcall finds one. Mark trading back onto Sunan, so Elysian going down is a bit rough, but a Habana arguably worse. And Nightcall rip it and tear and finds yet more. Barcode nearly had his opportunity there, but it was snuffed out at a moment's notice by IDFC. 3 versus 3 as we rapidly approach that minute mark.
Good positioning still here from Elevate. Unfortunately, Mr. Punch is going to make it a little bit more difficult as he takes one out at the bottom of the main stairs. Chooses to move the way of Open. Need to retrieve the diffuser still, given that it is now down by that window jump into Copier. IDFC, Sapper, and Mr. Punch, very capable, but sort of just holding out. They want Elevate to get aggressive. They want him to give him another one. They want to lock in this 1v3, but Elevate aren't just giving it to him yet. They're holding fast, waiting for one of these players from Gelita to make a mistake, which they have. They've allowed them to regain main control. They will get the diffuser back, but they only have 30 seconds now. Full utility on the Ying. This could get interesting, Panda, if Elevate can find a kill.
I mean, it's not going to present itself immediately. 25 seconds, so they are going to have to go into crunch time and make that last-ditch effort onto the objective. Tolji has a bit of a crossfire set, anticipating the Candelas, shoots it out too. So that drop is going to happen. He sees it, but he's on the wrong side of the chassis. Hit with the white screen punch on for the plant, but he can't get it done. We'll have to relocate and reattempt. Sapper looking to cut deep, but it shots on. Big damage onto Elevate. They can't shut it down. Sapper for one, but Nightcall answers back in the post. HP is not there for him, but the pre-fires through the wall, not going to be successful. Nightcall can isolate and find the 1v1s. Might just make it doable, but you can see already Gelita relocating for better positions. Big shots on to Punch. Quad, it's going to be the ace clutch too. Does he have any clue where Sapper is at the moment? Sapper not going to present it to him. Waiting, biding his time, playing the long game. Knows that he can just wait it out. Nightcall has to be the one to force the issue. Goes for the defuse, but Sapper's not going to present himself. Nightcall has to stick it here. If he waits too much longer, he's in trouble. And there you go. Sapper says no ace clutch for you, Chief. And it's all over.
Close though. I've got to give him that. Definitely some nice shots, but not quite there just yet. Gelita, a good round for them. 2-2. They equalise things up. Elevate sweating a little bit now, given that they had such a breezy start, but Gelita have woken up. They're starting to shoot back now. An Elevator sweating a little bit. Clash is an interesting pick. Rook as well from Tolji. I think that might have been just like a last-second random pick. I'm not sure, but regardless, Rook Armor, I suppose, is a good bit of utility. A little bit of extra health. Take an extra shot here and there. Impacts as well. Good gun. Does Rook still have the 2x scope? I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, decent-ish kit. So can't say too much about the Rook pick, other than it might have been an accident, but Elevate don't seem too phased. Clash is an interesting one, though, especially Sunan picking that one up.
Well, I mean, bringing the Rook, pairing it with a Clash, probably could not think of a better operator to chuck it on, actually. So, I mean, not keen to run the mirror, it would seem. It looks like, though, that Gelita are going to answer back with a shield of their own. Monty currently going to be stuck out by Sapper. He's great in the Ying. Let's see how he does on the shield.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. Well, interesting round, should I say, with the shield in play. Because if they can get like a 2x behind it and just sort of take someone early, it'd be pretty big.
They would at that. It's how quickly they identify is the big question. And then you look at this clash in the hands of Sunan. If Elevate do get scanned out early, if they can get Mr. Punch into a good position for Gelita, they could potentially go for some air jab shenanigans to deal with that shield.
I was going to say, yeah, they got the air jabs as well as the Zofia lifeline grenades as well, which will cause a problem if paired correctly with some teammate help. But it is going to be Mark to take down Sunan anyway without even needing any of that. So we'll stop theory crafting and we'll let Mark get his job done. He has taken down the shield straight away. It's going to allow the own shield from Sapper to move on in for Jalita now to take this main lobby control, which has largely been left alone by Elevate. They've sort of just given most of that control up. They have one player by main, which is Speakeasy, but that is literally pretty much all they're present. Barcode is going to try and rotate over to help. DCH isn't going to get anything for his troubles other than a bullet to the face.
Yeah, it's rough, and I told you that 2 times, making it even harder. Told you, in fact, finds himself 2 for his troubles. So 3 versus 3, although 2.5 versus 3, if you consider Sapper playing on that shield isn't quite a full operator, given that he can't get involved in a gunfight without risking his own life. Enemy detected outside. Surely that was Tolji. Tolji went for a jump out on the 2nd floor window and has now had to gap it to try and get back inside the building. Okay. All right, Barcode. Well done.
Yeah, you'll take those. The bomb now being planted, though, means that Elevate again are in this post with a Monty up is going to be difficult, but no, he's gone Barcode. This is why Monty doesn't drop his shield. He gets punished for it. Now it's Mr. Punch, though. A very able player in this situation. Could have got that kill if he'd managed to lock it out, but he looks away just at the wrong time. 25 seconds. It's not long. Both low HP. Speakeasy and Tolji are going to have to get involved here if they want to defuse this bomb. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie, and they are going to find the kill. Elevate are going to lock it down, and Tolji is just going to make sure that no one else is going to interfere as he defuses the bomb, and Elevate regain the lead.
I mean, that does not bode well for Jalita. You're losing to a team who has arguably lost one of their stars, and the coach is subbing in for.
And they're standing outside for 30 seconds of the round.
Yeah, I mean, Tolji just told you things at the end of the day. And yeah, look, it's 3-2, but I get the feeling very strongly if that RP was still in the server, this would not be a 3-2 by any stretch.
No, I feel like this would be a little bit more one-sided, especially if RP was still here. I mean, it would just be a whole lot more aggression from current Elevate. I don't think that we would maybe have seen as many mistakes. I think the other thing too, though, is like you look at that round, right? Sunan was the first to die on the clash because he was not aware of his situations. And that is not by any means because he's a bad player. It's just he's the coach. You know what I mean? He's got so much other stuff to think about, especially trying to fill in last minute on a role that he might not necessarily be comfortable with. Maybe Sunan is an entry fragger. I don't know. We do not know. But he's playing the support role. He's doing a really good job so far. I mean, 2 and 4 on a supporting role is definitely not bad at all. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he was just a little bit out of position that last round. But look, it's okay. They made it work. We don't have any hard breach on the attacking team unless, yes, okay, DCH does have the secondary hard breach, so I guess that's all right. But other than that, not a great deal of util, I suppose, aside from the nades. Throwables, that is, obviously.
I mean, it's not the most necessitated piece of utility, I think, especially going into the basement site. I mean, you can just brute force it, and that's what the Ying's for, that's what the Os is for. They have the tools to make it work, but...
Oh, it's the drone hole, right.
Yeah, the Yokai drone heading out. Oh boy. Who's gonna be this? Is it Tolji? Anyone?
Someone's coming towards Banana.
Yeah, there's someone in that connector window who is about to send it out. And it's Speakeasy. Okay. Well, he's dead anyway, but it doesn't matter.
Yana for a Vigil's a great trade. You get your flashbangs off the board and all you lose is an ERC. That's literally it. That is a great trade. I would take that, especially for GLD. Sapper has had a pretty decent game so far. He's been in some really good positions. So taking him out early, I mean, just with the replicator clone as well, it's a really good gadget to remove. Mark upstairs, clearing out this connector spot. Told you, if left unchecked, could also cause some really big problems later on in the round, especially if IDFC misses him and no one else drones him. I hope they check it. I think Mark is about to.
You have to hope so, but these things do sometimes slip through the cracks.
Oh, no.
And I told you he's getting some red pings. So no,
he's upstairs.
Yeah, he's got full information. The Yokai drone's there feeding it to Tolji and IDFC gone. So the Nook, which would have been a real problem point for Elevate potentially in the later stages of the round, not being able to identify targets and all that, no longer an issue.
From what I can see, GLD are currently moving towards A site. Shield is down. This could be a plant right now. Indeed, it is going to be. they're waiting for any type of info or denial to come through. There is going to be an impact. Mark will find one as well. The shield hasn't been cleared, though. Mark's going to get another. The Goyo canister isn't going to deny anything. If DCH just keeps chucking these Candelas deep, which is exactly what he's going to do, they're going to be able to get this bomb down. Sunan can't do anything about it. Barcode's Yokai is completely out of play. In fact, I believe both have been blown up. And GLD, despite the rough start that they had, they're going to be able to plan off of Elevate's misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, the impact went wide, didn't clear out the Talon shield, so Plant is down, 2 versus 2. I mean, Sunan potentially could use that shield for some information, but runs straight out of the open to serve as TGH finds both the closing kills. And it's all Jova. Elevate will take themselves a pretty rough half, all said and done. It really should have been a 4-2. Gelita, bring it back.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what went wrong. Elevate with 5v3 there, and GLD just walk in. Literally no Rios, no nothing. Like, why is there no Rio? I mean, I know that they're extending, obviously, that is the play, but at least one for the close wall. The far wall, a lot of teams open that anyway, that makes sense, but the close wall, you give them that. They got so many angles to deny the walk-in, the nitro. They didn't really have any direct denial either, though. Goyo wasn't close enough to do anything in that situation. The canister, there was no nitro, smoke, nothing. It was just impacts, which missed. And I don't actually think they realized that it missed until it was too late, because even I believe it was a DCH or whoever was on OSA was like, yep, shield's gone. And then they sort of came back around the corner like, oh, it's still here. Let's plan. So had that impact hit, could have definitely been a different end of that round, but it's a bit of a shame there for Elevate. 3-3, could have been 4-2. It is what it is.
Indeed. Oh, well. Whatever the case may be, Elevate now have the attack, and I mean, that IQ coming out pretty darn quick. There is probably going to be some priority around that Echo to really try and throw off these attacking teams, but Mark is having a stunner.
Yeah, so far Mark has had a really good game. Double digits already for the first half is solid. Can't complain about it at all. But yeah, IQ's so quick to come straight out, especially with Echo in play. But there's a lot of util that she can not only call out, but just clear. I mean, more mind discs, mute jammers, the sorts, Echoes, obviously. But it's a very hard extension here from GLD, very similar to Elevate, but with a lot more manpower towards those extremity sides of the site. You've got more people towards that elevator side. You got one dedicated roamer, at least, that I can possibly see. So definitely slightly more aggressive on that roam from compared to Elevate.
First minute, nothing crazy happening. GLD looking to be as aggressive as possible in their defense. Elevate have to do the hard yards, unfortunately, in this situation, especially approaching this bomb site. They need to do their due diligence and make sure that they're getting as much information as they possibly can. Not the ideal keeper barricade for Mark, unfortunately.
That's a good angle.
I mean, it is,
it's a great
yes,
angle.
But also no. If they do get across it, yeah, that's the problem.
Which they have.
If they get across the keeper barricade, it is now a problem.
Yeah. Noble Myers dedicated to Mark here. This is a bit of an interesting oversight from Gelita. His wall is going to be opened up straight away, and he's going to be forced off to the top of White Stairs. He's taken some significant damage as well from the top of Main, who, given that keeper barricade is in such a good position, Qual can now just hold down that entire corridor if he's left unchecked. In fact, he's actually just going to go face check it, but the M59 is going to prevail. That's going to allow Speakeasy to walk in, though, but he's going to be punished very quickly by Sapper, who finds himself too. He's going to keep a barricade the main window as well, and Elevate, unfortunately, didn't quite work how you wanted it to.
Yeah, not at all. Now, Gelita will just, brace themselves, prep themselves, get up the crossfires, the kill box, get it all engaged, and Elevate, unfortunately, will have to just run into it at some point and make a play.
I mean, if Ash had lived there, it would have been great. Barcode takes down IDFC. Mark will find one onto Tolji. Elevate were looking all right, but as Sapper finds another onto Barcode, it is now just all up to the super sub Sunan, aka the coach, to find as many as he can. He will get one onto Mark, who jumps on out of the top square windows, but unfortunately, Blue, I don't really think he's going to amount to much more here. He might be able to find Sapper if he overextends, but he won't even do that. He's got a mirror-faced, nice big impact hole, and unfortunately, he's even for the round, but that's about it.
Yeah. It's a bit of a struggle, honestly. There's only so much you can do in a lot of these situations, even under the pump, even playing as best you can. When you're forced to play with a sub at the last second, it makes it a struggle. And especially going into the second half of Bank where you're forced into the attack, which more often than not is less than ideal.
The attack is going to be where the difference is made as well, though. I mean, defense is, as a sub especially, very easy to pick up. You can just sort of, open up the strat and play it. If you know what you're doing, right? But attack is where the difference. There are not necessarily strats per se. Obviously, there's operators you play. There's, set routes. You drone this, I drone that, etc. But it's a very different play style. Attacking has always been the harder of the two sides. Deliberately, obviously, it's part of the game. But the defenders always have that slight upper hand that they start in the building. So, yeah, for Sinan, I can imagine it's difficult, but I mean, he's putting on a good game. He's keeping up with Barcode. He's not exactly 0-6. He's definitely got some good kills. Gelita are just putting on a really good second half so far.
Yeah, at that. Thorn, Kapkan, Legion, Fenrir, it's just trap central at the moment. Unfortunately, for IDFC, he's yet to get the kill on the board, but there's this much utility, and when you've got Mark fragging out the way that he is, plus Sap and Mr. Punch not that far behind, it can be hard to find your share of the kills.
Yeah, especially when you're all fighting for him. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter who has the most kills, as long as you have the kills required to win the round. Usually that's 5, unless time would say otherwise, and you run out, then it's a bit different. But still, Gelita are reading the cards correctly and playing the game great. They are pushing off when they've been found. They're getting their early kills and running away. They're doing everything they should be, as time would have it. I mean, this Roma right now is wasting so much time. Mark's going to be the first to fall. Told you takes a little bit of damage, and there's one for Sapper. Good trades.
Yeah, Ash out for a Thorn. I mean, not the biggest of losses for either side. I mean, if you Thorn, the utility's already down. If you're an Ash, you'd imagine the utility's still at play, but for the most part, what you really bring is a gun. So, yeah, look, given that it was a trade, it's, I think, acceptable.
Definitely. You can't really fault that too much. Also, just as a side note, when were Thatcher's grenades orange? Or is that just me?
I don't know. I think it's team gadget outline, so I think it's just because he's on the orange team.
Yep, different color. Yep, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I forgot that they did that. Either way, midlife crisis has been averted. Gelita just bunkering down while Elevate tears this top floor apart. Only a minute left, though, is not a lot of time to get everything done that they might want to do before they execute onto the site. They want to try and find a pick before they do anything too drastic. But it doesn't seem to be presenting itself, Panda. There we go, though. I say that as it presents itself. DCH falls, and this is an opening for Elevate to start making their way to the site.
Yeah, unfortunately, Barco a little bit overly keen. Gelita chime in with a couple more. And it's down to Speakeasy Sinan. Luckily, Sinan is on the objective, but can't win the fight against IDFC, who gets his second kill of the round and second kill of the map, too. Speakeasy knows there's one behind the shield, has an idea, but Sapper just steps out around the shield and mows him down.
Great round from Gelita. I mean, Elevate on their attack are just crumbling. Defense from them was okay. I mean, it was 50-50. Literally a 3-3 split was mediocre. It wasn't anything crazy. It wasn't anything bad, but it just wasn't Elevate. The dominance is gone, and I think that a lot of that does come down to the fact that Arpe is not playing, not through any of his own choices, but having that sub in is definitely hurting their cohesion a little bit. They're not as fluid. They're not as locked in as they were on that border game. There is definitely a big difference in how Elevate are playing right now. It could be map specific, but I don't think it's that. I think it is just based on the fact that they're having to play with a sub. It's hurting them.
Yeah, most definitely. You'd have to imagine that that's what it is. Sunan, despite his best efforts, is not a pro player. There's a reason he's a coach. His job is better suited to facilitating the Elevate team to improve and win and succeed. But Gelida, they don't have that issue. This is the 5 they've been playing with for 12 months, give or take.
Yeah, long time, minus a couple of them. I mean, not even, yeah, it was literally one player. So, yeah, it's very big difference. Provided, as we said earlier, you know, put Arpe back in the server and this would be a very different game. But unfortunately, that is not the cards that were dealt tonight. And Elevate are going to have to make do. They're going to have to sharpen up, though, if they want to win this, or at least take it to overtime, because Gelida, if they're allowed to continue, they're just going to lock it out by the looks of things.
Yeah, I mean, given the choice, you'd want to make sure it is as simple a process as possible. But, I mean, look, we know for a fact things in Siege are really as simple as they seem. DCH yes. Playing the top of that White's position again. We hadn't seen much of it in recent times, but there you go. All of a sudden, you talk about it, you complain about it, and suddenly, who would have thought there's a smoke back top white?
Yep, we've missed it. I mean, it was smoke, and then it was Warden, and then it was just it was Jaeger originally. Then it was smoke. Then it was Warden. Gone back to smoke this round at least. Speakeasy has gone down. That's a Jackal. That's actually a big kill. Mr. Punch is aware, but not quite sharp enough to find the kill onto Niqual, who is going to be able to take down the Goyo there. Not too much lost. His utility has already been played, or at least I hope it was. Maybe a Nitro. That's about it. But, you know, half the round wasted to prove they've only got one kill, but you've traded it out. So it's a decent opener.
Yeah, now the rest of the team, Gelida just going to bide their time and wait. Oh, the Artilla Claw was primed. I don't know if it went off in time, so ADFC, I don't think he's going to be able to get that trick off. No, I heard the explosion, so...
That was the one, that was the hallway hatch. That one there.
Okay.
I don't think it was the site hatch. I think he may have got away with it, because, yeah, Sunan seems a little bit worried.
The timing did seem a bit off, though, so we'll have to see.
It might be. We'll find out later in the round if the hatch is open or not, but it doesn't look like it. They're not checking it. I don't know. We'll see. I'd imagine they probably got it, and if they didn't, they'd bill, so there's nothing to really worry about. Yeah, no, they didn't. There you go. Hatch is still there, so managed to get off the trick, but Barcode sneaking up. Could be good for a few kills here.
Nade toss deep, Nano Boost goes out. He's going to push on through from the garage. Player steps into the hallway only to be felled by Told You immediately. And they're just beating into the beat grinder that is Elevate at the moment. I've lost clean feed. It's all stuttering. It's all coming apart. That's how chaotic it is right now. And IDFC going to do his best to try and contest. He falls. That's the most I got. Yeah, they got a couple of kills, but Sunan on the plant. It's all on the mark.
Two, the bomb is down. I'm going to have to find kills. But Sunan's done the right here, and he's going to rotate back up to that hatch up in open. He's going to be able to play that up angle from office or ground. He's right there. The Wild just needs to hide. They play for someone now. Might be able to get off that user unless he wants to let them lose the round. And there you go. Wild be able to clean up. But are going to finally end back with a round for themselves. The leader. And it was a good round from them, but no presence or leader in the camera. Sort of put a bit.
Yeah, it definitely made it a struggle. I mean, within one. I mean, this is the scoreline that we were anticipating. I think maybe there is justification for concern for Elevate, but those can be answered by the fact that you just look at it's Sunan playing. It's not Arpe. I think Gelida, at this point, you just take the points you can get, and that is likely off the back of this win.
Yeah, even if it's overtime. I mean, look, if Elevate come back and take the win, sure, an overtime win, unfortunate, but still points. Regardless of that fact, I mean, yeah, you can still lock it out. You're 5-4, you know, it's only 2 rounds, not the end of the world. It's a very doable situation to be in. Elevate are warming up, I think, a little bit more on the attack now with Sunan. That round was definitely a lot more fluid, especially with the way they took that. Barcode was in the positioning overall was just a lot better from Elevate that round. Barcode was a lot more locked in. He was a lot more aware. wasn't really too worried. Walked in Garrett, thank you very much. So Jolita are going to have to be a little bit more cautious going forward from that round.
Yeah, Dolce early pick onto Mr. Punchy, Goya, Nitrocell, Vector all off the board. A little too keen from Jolita the last couple of rounds, and opportunities thrown away. You look at the Elevate again, they identify that it is the basement site, Finker, Gridlock, IQ coming in, so they're going to have plenty of information to work with, but it's those drones that are so quickly dwindling, 4 off the board in the first 30 seconds, so that lack of information could come back to bite them.
Yeah, droning is such a big part. I mean, just information in general is such a big thing, as Sapper is now sort of being pressured by Elevate. They got drones in, but it's going to be Speakeasy to go in first. He's taken down. So it's a good 1-for-1 so far. IQ is a big one to find as well. We'll get a little bit of damage to Tolji, but the Surge is going to put him straight back up to where he pretty much was moments ago. So Mark, IDFC, and DCH are the last of their kind to be in the middle floor, and they're going to fall back, slither away with what they have back to the site, and give Elevate that middle floor control that they've been fighting for so far in this round.
Yeah, Elevate don't force the issue too heavily. They get themselves an advantage, reposition, and then look to move on to the next objective. Jolita, I think, yeah, playing a little bit slower now, realising that they just can't rely on that hyper-aggressive play to overwhelm the fact that they're still playing with a sub. So they've had to play a bit smarter, starting to see these key positions being taken by Elevate in the attack, and Night Carl could be that linchpin that really breaks this home for Elevate.
This is interesting. You look at the positioning right now of Jolita, Panda. You got 1 on main stairs, 2 are in server. Actually in server. With hatch control for Naqual, he can lock these 2 players out completely. If they can clear main stairs and walk straight on down, I mean, this could just be an execute that they can't even stop. There's the first rotate back from server. Naqual's going to be able to take down both of them. There's both of those players removed from the equation. And now it's all up to IDFC. Diffuser's being planted, currently fighting main stairs against Barcode. You're going to either have to choose to get aggressive, which indeed he will. Decent amount of damage, but now he's in a 1 versus 3 with the diffuser down. All he has is the super shorty. He will get 1 for his trouble, but Panda, I don't think he gets too much more before being traded out.
Yeah, I think we tend to forget how powerful that super shorty can be. And when used correctly, it just makes it all the scarier. But Sinan, on the coverage, we'll get it done. Finishes off the round and we're all tied up.
Yeah, great from Elevate. Perfect round. I mean, just that hash control alone, I think, was definitely the bit of the linchpin there. As soon as they tried to rotate through, Sapper and DCH were just... Sapper and DCH. Both just removed. No questions. Couldn't do anything from that vert play, and allowed Elevate to just get that round pretty easily. I mean, yeah, they lost 1 on the trade, but, you know, what are you going to do? You got vert, you got a player on site watching the bomb. I mean, you're in great spots to do pretty much whatever you want. And Elevate are going to equalize. So this is shaping up to possibly be that overtime game we talked about at the start of the night, Panda, albeit we didn't expect it to be this one.
I mean, there was potential for it, and I think that potential grew when Arpe was unable to play.
Well, that too, yeah.
It's kind of hard to call. It's not a certainty as to who makes it onto match point first, and from there, who takes it. I think the likelihood of overtime is very much apparent to both of them. They'll be hoping just to walk away as unscathed as possible.
Well, that's the hope. We'll see. Whether it's Elevate or whether it's Jolita. I mean, ultimately, that was the whole reason everyone tuned in. They want to see who wins, but ultimately, maybe not the outcome that we'd assumed. Could still change, obviously, as you said, but the game is still young.
Into it, round 11 on the way. Speakeasy going to be bringing in the Armorer. We've got a Finker and a Ying and a Sense, all to come together to bear on the second floor bomb site. Barcode, quite sure if he did spot someone there. They're just opening up everything, already pressuring onto the objective itself, and Speakeasy on the drone has so much information to present. This is just chaos, and unfortunately for Gelida, they're about to be in a world of pain.
They're about to find out. The chart would say, you mess around, you find out. Slightly different wording, but you get the idea. As Candelas come out, they only have one remaining in the pocket. Smokes are still required. The Echo drone is going to be making some sort of havoc just outside, but they're waiting for just the moment to get on in. Flashbang comes through. Sight windows opened up. The booster come through as well. It's going to be Speakeasy who's in. Going deep, looking for that Echo drone. Can't quite find it. Shots are ringing out. DCH the first to go down. The Echo comes into play. Mark finds one. Sapper with another. It's a 3-2 versus 3 now as kills go both ways. Sunan to find Sapper. DCH still on the floor in a revivable state, but will now finally be returned. Barcode puts himself into the building. Elevate are in a really bad spot now as IDFC finds Barcode, and Mark closes out the round for GLD, and a round that looked like Elevate knew what they were doing. They didn't really have a clue at all.
Yeah, and match point there. We could potentially see this go to overtime, but Gelida primed and ready to slam the door shut before we get the chance. Staff room and open area. Last time we went there, it was a bloodbath for Elevate, unfortunately. So hopefully they've got a slightly different plan and approaching it this time.
Very slow on the operator picks as well. Definitely discussing what needs to be done. I'm assuming we might see some 6 picks come out. Sunan's been pretty comfy on this Hibana. Just making the calls from the back line, getting things done. But yeah, I mean, that was just... I don't want to say the word sloppy, but it was, I think, from Elevate. It was too rushed. It was too, go, go, go. There was no real thinking involved. They just sort of jumped in and hoped it would work. And it didn't. Obviously, we watched just what unfolded. But GLD were set up perfectly for it. I mean, the Echo didn't really necessarily deny, but it was more just the annoyance of it. I mean, we saw when Speakeasy was in, the first thing he was doing was, where's the Echo? Where's the Echo? Where's the Echo? Got him stunned, took a lot of damage, got him killed. Diffusers down, Elevate have to play catch up, and Gelida just have to wait. They only got 1 kill as well there in the end. Like, there was nothing really that they had to show for that attempt, other than they all got absolutely slammed out of the air. So, great from Gelida. Again, unfortunately, to say, sloppy from Elevate. I hope they clean it up. But as you said, the last time we saw this site from Gelida, it was a pretty closed case.
We'll see. Barcode with that DMR in hand, the Lion this time rather than the Finker, the IQ for Speakeasy. I mean, they want to find this gadgetry, and I mean, no Echo this time around, so it's not going to be as big an issue. I mean, at best you look at Gumines, Thorns, the Razor Blooms, and of course Fenrir, but I mean, you need to identify some of these offsite players because they have been a menace.
Yeah, Gelida's roams have been really good. Compare that to what we saw from Elevate. Elevate's roams weren't necessarily as potent, I think you could really say, as much as we may be used to seeing from Elevate as well. It could have been a whole lot cleaner than it has been. But regardless of that fact, Gelida are making the best with what they're presented by, and Elevate just have been faltering a little bit again. Whether or not that's because they've got Sunan, who currently has more kills than 2 of the core players. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, Gelida are capitalizing on it.
Information gathering potential in full effect, using those default cameras, and you need to be clearing those out if you're an attacking team. Those are missed opportunities. Unfortunately, speaking of missed opportunities, 6 drones dead as we cross the halfway mark. Elevate are going to be limited for information.
Yeah, they're struggling a little bit with what they have in the tank in terms of the ability to find out, but it is going to be an qualifying one. They are going to get another one from Barcode. Mark will trade Speakeasy though, and so will Sapper now, finding one of his own upstairs. It's a 3 versus 3, but he's traded again by Tolji. Some back and forth here, but Elevate come out on top as we come into the last minute. They're looking to go for a plant.
Need to get it done. Elevate, they so very badly need this. I think it's more for morale than I think anything else, and Mark is going to be the one to have the biggest problem with that 15 and 8 for him. He's also got the support of DCH deep behind him, so whether or not they're going to be able to get this plant down is up for debate. Really, we start to see those orange outlines making their way towards the objective. DCH gone. It's a pinch in from the back. Mark needs to go huge here in the moment. Sees where it all went down. Finds Nightcall on the cross, but doesn't account for Tolji playing off his shoulder. And we're going overtime.
Well, Elevate, start of this game, we're not too sharp. They woke up. They started playing in this second half. A 3-3 split both ways puts us into overtime. Gelita will start on defense, and they're going to go straight back to the top floor. Hopefully Elevate learnt from their mistakes in the previous iteration of this bomb site because, well, it wasn't great for them. But, hey, look, if Gelita can win this, I think they have a good chance of maybe taking it home right here, right now.
I mean, looking very doable.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
These rounds have been points. He's hit and miss on multiple occasions. They're going for Gelita at the moment. His mark is such a tough task to deal with.
Yeah, he has just been stomping the competition. Mark has always been like that, though. He's a very scary player to come up against in most aspects. If anyone's going to win that clutch, it would have been him. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the job done, so it happens. But regardless of that fact, Elevate have really well, given the position they find themselves in, to get it to 6-6. Really decent effort from them so far. So can't hang too much on Elevate. They're doing pretty decently given the circumstance. So head up.
Indeed. In the action phase, the Ying Armoru Lion combo could be quite fair, although last time it just missed the mark by such a significant margin. In fact, they've got the Yokais again, unless they can get the IQ in position to deal with them in the hands of Sunan. I just don't see it happening.
No, it's going to be a big mission. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, look, it doesn't. I think they're gearing up to maybe go for a similar take, which don't know how I feel about it. I mean, if we see Tolji start throwing those Candelas, we know what's about to go down. The mirror isn't in play this time, though, so it makes things a little bit easier in terms of getting onto the site. But they do have that Yokai in the hands of Mr. Punch. So Barcode is going to have to clear before they jump in, or at least look to support from below, which is, I'm assuming, what he's doing. You can see him just down there now. We'll see if it works. I mean, it might. Here come the Candelas.
He's totally dumping towards the objective, and the Sonic Blast goes off. Nightcall doing his best to try and clear out the Yokai drone. I'm not quite sure he connected on it. Yeah, Mr. Punch is still actively on it, so it is a missed opportunity there for Nightcall. E1D out, more utility dumped further on. But no, the trigger not pulled. They just sought to trying to draw out whatever Gelita has in the defense.
It might have been like a bait. They maybe wanted Gelita to overextend, possibly off that first sort of Candela and think, hey, we need to get into action here. But they already have a player flanking up square, which has now been called out. They're going to move towards Archives, which should be a free kill for Barcode. Indeed it is, waiting down there to collect. So they found a good one. That's Mark as well. The big kill getter on the board has now been removed. And Elevate, off of the back of that frag, might actually look to execute now.
Yokai still a problem, but Barcode becomes equalised. I think that was the final Yokai drone for Mr. Punch, which... No, okay, so he still does have the one behind the bomb chassis. He's not the end of the world. They've still got that utility. Speaking of, it's all coming towards Gelita right now.
It's going to come in. Candela's to lead the charge. Tolji goes down first to IDFC. The bomb yet to be planted. Speakeasy's inside of the site. Sapper for one. Speakeasy takes down DCH. It's a 3 versus 2. Elevating good positions, though. Full health as well. Decent guns on the board to make something happen. But they have the information. Speakeasy's going to start the defuse. Niqual needs to cover, but they're going to stop it. They have to get off because of the Yokai, but Speakeasy finds Sapper. They need to take this Yokai out, and indeed they will. The bomb now going down. IDFC is the last person inside a banana, but Mr. Punch finds Niqual. It's a 1 versus 2, and in these positions with 3 seconds remaining, Speakeasy, he's not going to be able to get it done.
Unfortunate. Tough situation, and I mean, approaching the bomb site the exact same way that you lost it last time to no great effect. I'm not quite sure what you expected there. Now,
was a lot better.
I mean, they got onto the site, I suppose, is the big takeaway, but in saying that, it's not a victory.
No. Definitely not. I mean, closer though. Given their situation, I think it was a good effort, but yeah, just not quite what they were hoping for, which is unfortunately a bit of a shame. But look, I think Jalita played that really, really well. The fact that the IQ was largely unable to clear out those yokais from below. Yes, took down Mark and got that opening kill to give Elevate that advantage in terms of the man count. But if you're not going to take out the yokais when you're down there, it doesn't really matter because you really didn't do much at all. Even in that man disadvantage, Jalita won. They just stomped. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate for Elevate, given that they were looking really, really good on that execute, especially with the opener. But, yeah, Jalita just locked it out.
Well, Barco going to bring in the tuber out. It is their MPX once again as Elevate head to their defensive round of overtime. Looking at the setup, trying to absolutely have some end towards
Yeah, as much as I would love to see Elevate walk away with this, given the unfortunate circumstance, and given how well Jalita have been playing, I think they probably lock it out here. I mean, they get Mr. Punch as an opener, sure, max OT, but the only problem that I see with that Panda is that regardless of the fact whether or not they win this round, they have to attack for the final, which, as we've seen so far in this matchup, has not been the stronger one.
From today. So many ability along the way that are going to be the problem. Whether or not they have all the tools to deal with it remains uncertain. Nightcall on the hunt is not going to help the situation, especially when Mark finds him so freely.
Yeah, good flank watch there. Great from a GLD, but I don't know, Elevate, you need to not be extending that much. I mean, yeah, the roam was good from Jalita, but you got one player with no support on that middle floor. He's just going to get picked off exactly like that. Told you he's going to be sort of the last person around to hold, and I don't know what Mr. Punch is looking at there, but surely he was droned out. I don't know. He's also going to be allowed to just run all the way through connector, and he's back on site. So I guess a good trade there. But yeah, Jalita lost in the sauce a little bit.
Yeah, and this, where the biggest problem presents itself, Yash is gone, and it's Yash's job to deal with all those keeper barricades and castle barricades, and it just makes that task that infinitely harder. Now, no longer an issue. They're going to have to punch down the barricades and really just hope for the best, which is never a situation you want to find yourself in. We'll see though. Barcode is all his gold. 30 seconds on that execute, and they're really not in a comfortable position to go for it.
No, not at all. They're sort of worried about what's going to come from Elevate here. They're not in great positions. They're going into a 4v4 essentially blind. I haven't seen a single drone or anything really utility-based to try and find a position. They still have the freeze grenades as well from Torbau, so it's going to be just sort of a brute force fight, but with the Warden in play, it's going to be really difficult. DCH getting the bomb down, but Mark's going to be the one that opens it up. He's traded out. Sapper falls, IDFC, the last alive. So many kills. The Nitro connected as well, and Elevate keep themselves alive for one more round. But Panda, I said it moments ago, it's attack. This is max OT. This is the final chance Elevate get. I do not rate their chances on this. It can't be top floor. It's going to be middle or bottom. This is going to be a difficult one for Elevate to win. But if they win it, what a game to win.
Yeah, it's... Oh, dear. I don't know. Just in terms of what they're going to have to pull out, it'd have to be something impressive based on the cards. Astro for Mr. Punch. Attack, nothing special just yet. Look, as it stands, I almost definitely want to see the Brava come in because it's really easy to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we could see that 6-pick. Not too sure. Yeah, that Ash kill was interesting. That's probably arguably what lost them that round because they were so confused in terms of positioning. They didn't have time to check for the castle where he was, who was left towards main stairs. They just sort of had to throw the candelas and hope for the best, which, as we saw, did not work out for them. They get defense though. Jolita are very comfortable here. Elevate, not so much on the attack. So for Jolita, a bit of a bonus. For Elevate, not the best position to be in, but they seem pretty comfortable. But we aren't going to see the Brava. A Maverick, though, from Tolji is an interesting choice. We haven't seen Maverick all game, all night, actually. It's the first time he's been bought. Wonder what for.
Circumvent the hatches, I'd imagine, with a Kaid in play. Although
Yeah,
a Brava
probably.
likely would have achieved much the same. I don't know. It seems like it is a bit of a risky gambit, but one that seems Elevate feel confident in.
Well, let's hope. They've dodged a lot of the operators they've been bringing pretty much this entire game. We don't see IQ. No Buck. It's an interesting setup. They are starting to clear that top floor utility, though, regardless of the situation they find themselves with Kaid in play. He isn't going to be on that main gold hatch, so they're going to give themselves an avenue. But even with the Kaid in play, they will be able to get the hatches regardless now that they have that Maverick.
Now, this is where Speakeasy's job becomes all the more important. Sapper, and as the mirror, is going to be a real problem. If you can get a couple of, we'll get the Ash charge off into that mirror window. It makes it completely useless. You then got to pop it as a defender, which makes your position weak. So there is a lot that Elevate need to do to find success here, but it's well within reach.
Server open for the taking. If they want to take it, they can. I don't know. Does Torbral stop Maverick? Like the fire?
No, I don't believe so.
So, unfortunately, maybe not as effective as they had hoped with the Torbral charge. We'll open the hallway hatch. They're going to open the site hatch too here. Tolji will get the job done eventually with the Maverick charge. He's just taking his time right now, making sure it's done properly and that he doesn't get shot. But it's going to be Barcode who actually wants to aggress down main. He was possibly on for a freebie there, but a great throw from in the hallway. Mark looking for his 20th. That's his 19th. As he takes down Tolji coming into the final minute.
Dangerous times ahead. 46 seconds on the clock and something needs to give. And unfortunately, it seems it might be Elevate. Barcode locked in the elevator by that Vulcan canister. Just going to have to wait that little bit longer to try and make the play happen. If and when it does come, it's going to be a pretty brutal one, I think. Yeah, Barcode either just taking some damage. Need to get this wall open. And we've told he's left the game, unfortunately. So I think he's all but resigned himself to it.
Yeah.
He's left the team to the void. And Mark and Sapper and Munch all come together to leave it in the hands of Speakeasy. Unfortunately, it's not been a great game for him. He's going to walk himself in. Finished off by IDFC. A flawless round to close the map.
Bit of a shame for Elevate. It really is. I don't know if Tolji disconnected or he just straight up left. Could have been the latter of the couple. Mark, I don't believe ended up with 20, but he was damn near close to it. So you do have to take your hat off for that solo effort. That is insane. So well played by him. No, he did. He got 20. 20 and 11. Almost a 2 flat with 20 kills is crazy. 16. I didn't get to see who was below him, but 16 for them as well. I mean, great from Jolita. A huge game. A huge game Panda to win, especially against Elevate. I mean, what an upset. Yes, obviously with RP going down, bit of a shame. Could have been a very different outcome. I think it definitely would have been a different outcome if RP was playing. But I mean, the fact that they were able to go 7-8 with Sunan is still a pretty good effort from them. You do have to give them that. Sunan didn't exactly do too bad either. Keeping up with the rest of the boys, I mean, you gotta give him that at least.
Yeah, look, I think it may be a bit of a damp to put on the fact that Sunan had to step in and play not quite the caliber of match that we'd want for your old versus new Elevate, but I mean, at the end of the day, you are forced to play in the situations presented to you, and there's little to nothing that you can actually do to change things. So look, they made the most of it. Sunan had a commendable performance in the end. So look, you take those, you carry on, knowing full well that I think Elevate has secured playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised. So yeah, look, I think that's their next focal point anyway.
Yeah, points aside, it was a great game for both teams. Gelita obviously coming out on top. You got to give them that. Can't really harp on them too much. That was definitely, I think, our most competitive game so far tonight. Anyway, in terms of strategy and just everything. That was a good game of Siege, regardless of the unfortunate things that Elevate found themselves facing. Well played. We are going to head to another break just before our final match of the night, where we'll get to watch Gelita take on 1Z. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with another game very shortly.
my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Yeah. Go and play that. Set you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that. So I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me in my zone. Please don't let me in my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've battled through 4 great matches tonight. We've got one more for you, Panda. We come to the end of an evening that has been absolutely amazing so far, and we look towards our final matchup of the night, 1Z taking on Gelida.
Yeah, look, 1Z have struggled, but there has been a huge standout amongst them, of course, that being J-Dog, who's just consistently been putting up some numbers. So, yeah, look, while this one, unfortunately, likely to be another beatdown on its way, I'm keen to see what these guys can play under the pump. You know, can they bring out the big kills? Can they make some money plays, even while knowing that more than likely this could be an absolute beatdown as well?
Yeah, look, if Gelida play as good as they just did, considering what we saw from 1Z earlier, you know, I don't rate their chances. I really don't, especially on a map like Oregon, which, as we know back in the day, Old Elevate, this was one of their staples. This clubhouse and cafe were Elevate's favorite, if I had to say. And yeah, 1Z, look, as we saw just before against Fury, they weren't the sharpest tools in the shed, unfortunately. Whereas Gelida, these guys have been to majors. So, well, most of them have been to majors. So yeah, very big difference in caliber again when we're coming into this matchup, especially on a map like Oregon that is just so tried, trusted, and true. You know, you really can't go wrong playing Oregon and Gelita. I think this is going to be a quick one, Panda.
Yeah, I do get that feeling just a little bit. Oregon, while yes, it is a staple on a map that you should feel comfortable on. Because it should be okay. Look, you gotta respect it. Gotta respect it. Obviously, they're feeling comfortable. Obviously, they're feeling keen. But look, if nothing else in this situation, you might as well have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't know what's going on right now in the 1Z chat. They're locking in a little bit of shouting, a little bit of something. I don't know. If that's how they get prepped, I'm sure it works for them. Gelita are all just locked in, though. Dialed in for this matchup. Wouldn't expect anything less. These guys are professionals. But yeah, this is going to be a quick one. There's no question about it. Look, 1Z, I'm sure they're having fun. They're enjoying their pre-match shenanigans, getting the box on. But
mate's boxing shadows.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's about to be boxing the death screen in about 5 minutes when Gelita start walking into sight. But look, 1Z, there's not much coming out of it. I think the shadow boxing is the most damage we're going to see them do in this matchup.
Yeah, look. Yeah, you hate to punch down, but I think that's more than likely. This Gelita squad has proved itself capable. Some interesting headsets choices of Bannerware to go on. I don't know. There is shenanigans abound.
Yeah, this is going to be another interesting one. Maybe some calves, maybe some fun things. I don't know. We'll see. Something interesting, maybe, at least, we hope, to make this matchup a little bit more spicy, I guess. But yeah, look, Gelita. Yeah, Gelita. I think this is just very quick. 7-1, 7-2. Again, 7-0, possibly, if I had to guess. But I don't know. Yingo's probably Dokkaebi. I reckon we probably see Mirror Valk for the final two, given that it's Oregon, Panda. Not much has really changed.
Yeah, not really. Not really, unfortunately. So, yeah, this should be about as stock standard as set up as you can get. Ying, Dokkaebi banned out in the defense. I'm not expecting anything crazy.
No, nothing at all. I mean, Tobrow maybe on a rare occasion for like Attic or Blue, maybe. But even then, nah, Fenrir, yeah, makes sense. Probably Valkyrie or Mirror. I'd say most likely Valkyrie, given that it's 1Z banning. They don't want Gelita knowing too much. And Blue isn't that hard to hold without a Mirror anyway. Everyone did it in year, 6, 7 for so long since they introduced bans. So yeah, Valkyrie's the one that goes. Mirror will be in play, but really only relevant on that bottom floor, so not really too much of a problem. And as I said, teams are so used to running without her these days that they just don't usually bother anymore.
Well, the task starting now. I mean, Gelita on the attack on Oregon. This could potentially just be an absolute wash.
Big potential. Definitely big potential for this to just be a walk. If 1Z get caught with their pants down a little bit like they did against Fury, then yeah, definitely it's going to be a quick one. And given that it's almost 3 a.m. here, it's definitely later for you. A quick one wouldn't be shied against, but I also want to see 1Z put up a good fight. So part of me wants the long call. Part of me definitely wouldn't mind if Gelita got this one done quickly, but I think that's going to be the case regardless. Not because 1Z are bad, but not at the caliber that these guys are. These are ex-major attenders. 1Z are not.
Yeah, look, it's definitely slight skill difference. But J-Dog, he could be that one resounding realm of possibility for 1Z. Miku's going to go for it as well. Wants to hold down Mouse 1 and go for some pre-fires, but yeah, look, limited opportunities result in limited kills. But the Ambition was there. You like to see it.
Eclair, is that a new player since the first time 1Z played? I feel like it might be.
No, it's the same roster.
No? Okay. Maybe I just didn't realise that Eclair was playing in the last game because
Oh,
he was
no.
dead all the time, like he is now.
It's hard to
Especially
say.
now with the Mark finding one too. Yeah, I think it might be different. I don't know. Whatever. It's all right. Mark's just walking into sight. This is what the prophecy foretold. The funny thing as well is that Gelita are bringing the Monty, which is something that Elevate were very known, or old Elevate should I say, were very known for back in the day, was the Monty play and their enjoyment of such Monty play. Mark's good for 3. It's now all up to Miku. He's going to get 1, but he doesn't actually even get that because the down doesn't go through, and Mr. Punch is going to lock that out. A flawless round from Gelita Panda, and I don't think I can really say too much other than I told you so.
I mean, look, they gave it a go. What more can you say, really? What more can you ask for, too?
Valiant effort.
All you can do is show up and give it as much as possible. But yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't all that much, given that it was a flawless.
Yeah, it was also like 40 seconds long, but you know, it didn't really amount to much, unfortunately, which it definitely sucks for 1Z. They're here, they're trying, but Gelita, this is literally the map I think they played the most at the major as well. Like, this is the map for old Elevate, especially with the Monty as well. Sapper, I mean, this was what they used to. This was their bread and butter back in the day. This is what they did, and they're doing it again without any real consequence. So I was definitely not expecting anything different, but maybe not to this extent. 1Z, I want to see him get around. A round, at least, would be nice.
Well, I mean, you can do naught but attempt. That's what onesie are doing. J-Dog wants it. He wants to smoke so badly. He's just waiting for the lineup. I think he's got Miku on cams, just sort of saying, yeah, someone's about to peek that. But no, Miku's readjusted and relocated. He doesn't want any part of the shenanigans that J-Dog's up to.
No, I wouldn't either. You want to get out of Dodge as quick as possible, especially going up against a team like Gelita, given the round that you just had as well. If you'd noticed, their roam game is not as extensive as it was in the first round. You got no presence towards tower. Well, at least the rotate, should I say, is gone. You do have tower presence, but not in the same capacity. DCH will open it up with one onto J-Dog. IDFC takes a little bit of damage, but nothing too punishable. Eclair is going to sort of make his way down into the basement to get away from the impending doom that is Gelita's roam's clear team. But Sapper, I mean, he's just doing his thing. Takes a bit of damage, but so far, 1Z, they got nothing much to show for the beginning of this round.
Unfortunately, I mean, damage onto IDFC. Impact's going to finish him off, so Eclair gets his kill, only to be traded out immediately by DCH. And the Rat, unfortunately, cuts off that roam presence that it really could have been. The problem, Miku not paying attention to positioning, shot from the window. This is not going well.
I will give it to 1Z, though. They refound 2. Mr. Punch and IDFC both down to no HP. Kyoshi on the top of white, trying to do his best to get back inside, but Sapper is going to be going for that defuse now. They're going to hear it, not going to be able to do too much about it, though, given the positions that they both find themselves in. So the bomb is now down with the Monty still in play. It's going to be a difficult round here for 1Z to clutch it up. No smokes left in utility cases either. The Thorns have all been deployed or destroyed, which means that unless 1Z get active, Gelita just need to stand still and let this timer run down, and it looks like that's probably what they're going to do. Monty's calling out the positions of smoke. Kyoshi goes down a triple for DCH, and it's all up to Shiba, who, quite honestly, Panda, is not going to do anything with this Monty alive.
Yeah, what do you do when the mountain is in front of you, other than crumble under the weight of it? That's exactly what happened. Bleak, unfortunately. But, I don't know, try something different. I think if you're 1Z, try and be a bit bold, a bit audacious, try and catch them off guard.
You got to do something. You got to change it. I mean, top floor obviously has not worked for you the last 2 times you've played it. The only thing that was really changed was the roam presence. That was it. There was no real movement in terms of players. There was no real sort of utility change. Even though that they know that Monty is being played every round, they sort of just haven't been very proactive in what they're doing. Again, you only have one operator here that is currently being played that can actually deal directly with that Monty, which is Thorn. And even then, that's indirect. Again, you have indirect util on mute. They don't have any direct counters on the board. Smoke, Lesion, Lucy. You need to be bringing something if you know that Jolita are going to play the Monty every round. Because they're just going to keep doing it if they know that they can walk into sight unpunished every round and get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of speaks for itself in those circumstances. And I think Safa and the rest of Jolita have identified that, look, if they're not going to change the way that they're playing this, we're just going to keep doing it, and it's going to keep working, and we're going to walk away with a pretty easy match all said and done.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty straightforward if they don't change something pretty quickly, because there doesn't appear to be too much changing here at all for 1Z. They have not swapped anything up. There's no real roam presence. Again, no direct counter for the Monty. There is no adaptation. They got the 2 players at the top of Freezer Stairs attempting to do something, but they're not going to do anything.
Call that the inverted Canadian.
Yep.
Don't see it working. It's the wrong stairs anyway.
No.
Yeah, like, good luck, Jay. I don't think you're going to find the side. You're not going to bash the shield. I don't know what you're shooting at, but it's Shadows. He's going to get downed before he actually achieves a significant chunk of damage onto Safa. And now, well, look, yeah, you fade away because you got it, because now there's a Monty hounding your heels.
Yeah. There was not too much that could have been done there, unfortunately. Well, I mean, there was. You know, you just leave instead of sticking around for the party, but it's not quite that easy. Flores, again, also being allowed to come through is a bit of an interesting choice, but some big kills from 1Z here. They come about. Claire, Kyoshi, and Miku all finding 1-2 for Miku, in fact, and, well, Jolita, they're going to lose 1 round, and tonight alone, 1Z have quadrupled their round count, Panda.
Yeah. Quadrupled even. That's their 4th round, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, quadrupled.
So, I mean, look, given that they started the tournament without a single round in the first play date, they've picked up some rounds yesterday, and they've picked up some rounds today. So steadily, they are improving.
Slowly but surely. They are getting better.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Might not be straight away, but it's definitely an improvement. Not something that they can complain about, which is good. It's a great thing to see. You love it when teams get better, even if it's painful. That's how improvement comes about. You got to have the bad games to have the good games. Taking a round away from Jolita is really good too, because they have been on a tear tonight. Keep in mind as well, Panda, not that fatigue is a big problem for a team that's as vested as Jolita, but for 1Z, I mean, just having to wait so long for that game to come around. Keep in mind, they were like, what, game 2, game 3? So they've been waiting for a little bit for this game. Fatigue could be a problem for them. They're not as battle-hardened, I guess you could say, as the Jolita roster.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have to commend them, though. That last round was pretty impressive from 1Z. They coordinated very well to get those picks. I'm intrigued. Eclair running the shotgun on the Solus is not something that you see all too often. I mean, it has its place, but it's a pretty rare one.
Indeed. Definitely a rare one. But, I mean, still relevant to some degree. Regardless of that fact, I mean, even if 1Z only walk away with the 1 round, you should definitely be happy with that. It's a solid effort when you sort of look at how this matchup should have unfolded. Yeah. Gelita, though, again with the Monty, just coming straight on into this top floor, looking to take it with swift pace, as they are currently being delayed by thorn traps and the presence of people inside of the attic.
I mean, that's kind of how you want to deal with it. Just get up in the face. They've brought the legions. They are starting to pressure that Monty pick that has been so fastidiously stuck to by Sapper. I mean, 1Z, they are showing adaptation. It has been a bit of a learning curve for them, but they are getting there, and that's a big pick to start things off with.
Yeah, huge. The Monty going down first especially is going to be big here, because they're not going to be able to rely on that that mountain that's going to get them through untouched. They're going to have to rely on getting some kills now, which they still can do. Eclair will fall. So the main flank not necessarily coming out maybe how they would have hoped it to. But they are still going to have the ability to make this vert play with a minute left. It's still plenty for Gelita to work with here. They know this player is close on the wall, and unfortunately Kyoshi will now be blinded. Two are going to fall. IDFC for one, DCH for the other. It's now again all up to Miku single-handedly. He's going to get spotted by the bees. Mr. Punch will be planting the diffuser with 1 HP in the corner. There's a TV show, Naked and Afraid. He was definitely afraid in that corner, and he's been stripped of all dignity by that buckshot gun.
Yeah, look, the skeleton key does have that effect, unfortunately. We are very familiar with those in ANZ that do prefer the buck skeleton key. Chef Jeff springs to mind. The Bishop of Boomstick himself, a man who is a connoisseur of the shotgun plate.
Church of the M590.
That is the one, and he is the Archdeacon. Clash coming in, so J-Dog, look, he's unfortunately been stifled in this matchup by Gelita. They have not let him have room to breathe whatsoever, and now the Clash, I think they've pivoted to try and play something a little bit more defensive.
Well, it's also a decent counter pick directly to the Monty. You know, you just put Clash in front of Monty. What's Monty going to do? Other than, obviously, you know, walk away. Clash is a very great counter to just sort of lock that down. I guess not necessarily the character, but the play style. They can't just walk in anymore now that Clash is in play, because it's going to make things just that little bit harder to get past when you face, obviously not the mountain, but the vice versa part to Montaigne. Does open the door for some interesting plays.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, look, 1Z are still giving it guts every single round. They're trying to make those adaptations on the fly. I mean, in all honesty, the fact that they are doing as well as they are is impressive, given that, in all honesty, they are pretty severely outclassed by most of their opponents in this competition. And, I mean, it's that doggedness, it's that determination that makes Southeast Asia such an enjoyable region to watch.
It does. I mean, Asia as well, particularly, is just a region that has so many different play styles. You've got the hyper aggro teams, you've got the, you know, the very site dependent teams, the very operator dependent teams. But when it looks at GLD, I mean, Elevate, Elevate is a team that was just so proficient before the changes that they are just continuing to be proficient now. IDFC is actually the first to fall. Kyoshi is going to go down the DCH. The Lion Scan to come. Mr. Punch clearing out kids by himself. He's in but spotted. So it does make it a little bit of a problem. It's a 3 versus 3, but this Clash could put her back in the wrong spot and will be punished for it. If J-Dog isn't careful, he could be taken out here, and that's going to be a big part of 1Z's defense taken off the board.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to play his life as well as he possibly can. Yeah, I'm not sure you want to pop that barricade. Oh, he's going to reinforce it. Now, that's Giga Brain.
Yeah, that's smart.
Unfortunately, it would mean reinforcing the player inside the objective, and as it does go up, it pops to keep a barricade to boot. So yeah, poor J-Dog caught with his shield down will fall, and 1Z, again, being run over. They have the opportunity to clear, and Miku string together a couple of kills here and make this doable. Mark, Mr. Punch, Sapper, no more E1Ds, no utility. So, I mean, it is going to have to come down to the raw gunfight. Miku gets the drop on Sapper, only to be traded. Miku in, ready to go. Brings it down to the 1v1, though. Eclair hitting some ripper shots.
Yeah, Mr. Punch now the last inside of the site does have the diffuser. He's going to be able to plant now. Claire not too thrilled about the situation he currently finds himself in, however, needs to make the best of it. Mr. Punch could have planted 3 times over by the time it's taken Claire to get back to the site, but he's still going to be able to get it off. 45 seconds now in the post. Claire needs to look to push into this site and find this kill as quick as he can, but Amaru is gone, and on that opposite window, the drone spotting him out as well. This is just going to be a game of how far away can I get. He can hide on this window. I've seen this clip before. He puts the castle barricade up, but this time he doesn't have it. No, he doesn't have the angle, Mr. Punch! He's just tossed it for Jelena. And 1Z are going to walk away with a free defuse, apparently.
The power of the long arm. That's crazy. So far, their most successful map for 1Z. They've got a second round on the board. That's huge. You love to see the improvements.
That's massive. Quintupled their rounds. When it keeps going up, 5 rounds total. That's almost a whole game. They're 2 rounds away from a whole game worth of rounds. You got to give them that. At least there's that, Panda. They're putting in the effort. They are giving it their best.
Absolute crime was achieved.
Yeah, that was robbery. There was some thievery that just was unfolded on that top floor site. Especially, they should not have won that. They were literally locked inside of Attic with nowhere to go. Physically nowhere to go. And they still won it on a long arm. I mean, if that's not poetic justice, I don't know what is.
That wasn't just... I mean, that was the longest of arms. That was
truly the longest arms.
Very impressive. I don't know how Claire managed to keep his composure there, but that was definitely one of the plays of the tournament.
He didn't even falter. As soon as he was on it, he just held it. There was no question. He didn't even flinch. I mean, Mr. Punch, I don't know if there was a call that he was faking, or if there was maybe a missed drone or something was necessarily maybe not coordinated there properly. But whatever it was led to them losing that round, and 1Z feeling just a little bit better about themselves. And especially now, they're definitely starting to feel it a little bit. They're opening up kills like that and taking out players like Mark. That's a big opener.
Indeed. Well, they're losing Mark as well. So, effectively a 1 versus 1. Look, Claire did his job in the last round. So I think he can sit back and let the team sort of carry this one. But Seppa has been stuck on this Monty the entire game.
You got to assume he's having fun, though. I mean, given that he hasn't really complained too much, I can't imagine that it's too much of a problem for him. But J-Dog does at least take down IDFC, and for what is left of Jelena right now, it's looking like they're wanting to try and push through this freezer side, but they are coming up against some pretty reluctant forces.
DCH brings it back to even territory. Miku wants to go for the swing, but OC gets the shield down and is safe for the moment. Those toxic canisters being burnt through. Shiba has the one left, and there is still a minute to play with. It could be Kyoshi on this flank up towards Mead, and it's the problem. But Mr. Punch, it seems, is a bigger problem. Oh, Kyoshi. He's going to come in the back of that player down the bottom of Laundry Stairs. DCH might be in a bit of trouble. Toxic canister toss, but Shiba walks clear of the danger. Kyoshi there to find DCH on the wrap. And the 2 versus 2. One's a shield operator. You got Shiba and Kyoshi. Shiba in trouble. Kyoshi swinging to try and assist. Did he find the kill? 1Z. I turned this entire match on its head. It's the 1v1. 40 seconds. Kyoshi versus Seppa. Hits the deck. Goes to the drop shot as well with the pistol out. This is a true Monty masterclass.
Yeah. It's going to be an easy clutch as well, as long as he can find that one shot. But Kyoshi's playing this pretty well. Just keep moving. Play to the fact that Monty is a slow character and has to drop his shield to play in that aggressive position. But Sapper's already learnt the lesson. He's got the shield down directly. The pre-fires are there. But it doesn't matter. It indeed was a Monty masterclass. He's put the hurt down on the locker. Final bullet locked it out. Jelena, a great half for them. arguably a round that should have been 1Z's if I had to say so myself. But look, they got the job done. Sapper now will be relinquished of his Monty duties. The question is will they put him on Clash? We already see Cav from Mr. Punch, but are we going to see Clash?
A little bit of disrespect, I feel.
Just a tad.
But I think if there's anyone that can bring it to bear successfully as well, mind you, I think it is likely going to be the man himself.
Most likely. Definitely a decent Cav player. The funny thing is, right, is you look at like all the pros, and all of them are good Cav players. Like, it's almost like they play this game professionally. No, it's I mean, so far it's been really, really good to watch 1Z attempt these rounds. And yes, they might not be winning them. Yes, they might not be getting the outcome that we were wanting. But I mean, 2 rounds against Gelida is actually really good, regardless of what anybody says. That's actually a solid effort for a match against guys like this. I mean, you can't really sit there and say too much about the effort from Gelida in this one.
Yeah, and Mr. Punch is primed on the big tower door. Just waiting for someone silly enough to come around the corner. They could present themselves to be interrogated. There's no one there. We can see that. We know that. But Mr. Punch is not willing to accept it.
No, not at all. IDFC takes down Eclair. Excuse me. And Gelida. This is where they're going to thrive on their defense. They love the defensive side on Oregon. It's arguably where they are probably most comfortable on this map. Aside from Sapper, obviously, he prefers the Monty. But either way, 1Z is still making some good moves, though. They got Blue opened up. They got it set up with the Osa as well. So they're not exactly slacking here, Panda. They are looking to get all of their things done before they start moving towards this side.
Well, IDFC finds himself 2. That's your buck and your IQ, so pretty big players in the grand scheme. Mr. Punch, he just wants it. He wants it so badly. DCH finds a 3rd. And 1Z, despite a valiant attempt at mounting that resistance, it is just not going to be, I think. Oh no, Mr. Punch got the knife of the Shiba, and he's looking for one more. Yeah, Mr. Punch takes it. A flawless round for Gelida. 1Z, it seems, may have just done their dash.
Yeah, it's not looking good. As much as I'd love to say that it is, it unfortunately really isn't. It was a great start. 1Z had a really good sort of opening amount of momentum. They were really solid. They were pushing together. They were, well, on the defense, obviously. They had a really solid hold. However, whatever is sort of plaguing them now, I'm not too sure, but Gelida are going to slowly start to tighten the noose around the neck, given that, we're coming towards the end of this game now, and I think they've probably had enough. They're pretty keen to just get this one over with, I think, by the way that we're seeing things pan out here.
Are you sure?
There's really another
Cav.
There is, yeah.
Cav is in play again. I don't know. I think Mr. Punch is just going to have a bit of fun with it. It's not an opportunity that you get all too often in the competitive scene.
No. You can definitely not play Cav as much as maybe one would hope in competitive R6. So I suppose it's understandable that he wants to give it at least a go while he can. But based on things so far, yeah, look, Gelida should be able to close this one out comfortably on the defense. Even if they are memeing and dreaming, I don't think I see too much. Oh, come on. Mr. Punch. Is this necessary? Is it required? Hang on a minute. J-Dog's walking into the side. No, well, he was. Don't worry. It was about to be really cool, and then it wasn't. So don't worry.
TCSG is a great gun. It's
Yes.
it's having a slug shotgun to that extent with the 2x scope is pretty feral. Mr. Punch also pretty feral. Oh, player in. Oh, no. It's happening. Proto, it's interrogation time. Kiyoshi's going to give away the goat. Now they know exactly where the remaining players of this team are. Miku got his one, but he is now being hunted outside. Impact in. Oh, he misses it.
Oh.
Miku gets the drop on poor Mr. Punch.
Hey, look, I'm happy. We got the interrogation. I set it on bank. I wanted at least one. We got it. So I'm happy. I can go to bed now, Panda, and sleep well knowing that I got to see what I wanted. And for Jolita, this is still a very doable situation to find yourself in. I mean, look, a 2v3 by no means is very easily contestable.
Oh,
but
okay.
if you're doing things like that, maybe not the easiest.
Yeah, it pays not to peek a window with a Nitro Cell in hand, but who am I to judge? Just, you know, esports commentator. IDFC... I mean, doable, workable. There's no EE1Ds. They've still got the drone, so they are going to spot his position out. Does he have an inkling? Oh, he's boxing shadows. He just thought there was more drones. I don't know quite what was going on in his head, but that was not the play.
No, look, I mean, the walkout, sure. Bit of face check action, maybe, but this is, unfortunately, not Rust Roams, mate. Can't walk around in the walls like that. You have to be gun up, ready to go when you're walking around out of dorms like that when you're getting droned. And, well, is what it is. It's another round for 1Z. Almost said Jolita there. 6 rounds, Panda. They're 1 round away from a full match worth of rounds won in this tournament so far. Which would be great for them. Look at them. They're locked in. This is a completely different team than what we saw go up against Fury earlier.
You got to respect it. It's hard yards that they've been putting in. Kev, again, it's still here for Mr. Punch. So, I mean, the question is, how much is their shenanigans gonna cause some hubris potentially?
Yeah. If they if they don't lock this in soon, we could see this continue on for a considerable amount of time. But look, after maybe one more, I don't think we see Jolita do too much in terms of key shenanigans. Obviously, there are still some sort of things that'll happen here and there. But look, Cav isn't actually even a bad pick. I mean, I know we say it, but I think Cav is actually a pretty solid choice. Good shotgun, great secondary, like passive ability, maybe not, but...
Well, oh no. Sapper, there's a potential that he does swing this window. Rotero drone is going to go, oh, Sapper, that's dangerous. Gets a couple of shots to the back, but straight back into the wardrobe. T5 SMG out, he wants the smoke. Not going to find it just yet. Has Mark in support. Rotero drone's clearing out his position, so they've all got to back off, and they're quickly learning a lesson that these shenanigans will not go unpunished.
Indeed. Unpunished shenanigans are the worst kind. Sapper finds himself in trouble here. Unless he can get back into the site or find one to go. He's going to try something. It's just going to take more damage, though, and will actually manage to get away as the drone comes to find him. But he's going to push back in. He's really running the ringer around these two players on balcony right now with support from his teammate inside a master. Mark keeping him alive here. Mr. Punch just AFK. Waiting for something to come along.
Jay's found another goo mine. He's suffering a little bit, and DCH wants to sit up on that one. Okay. Zapper wants his super shorty kill. There is a player to his left, so if he can find the window, find the timing, it would be... Oh, no. Okay, never mind. I thought he had the drop on Miku there, but no, not to be.
Close, but no cigar. We're waiting for Mr. Punch to get involved here with the Kavira pistol. He's making some holes. He's making some plays elsewhere. Looking to maybe get his hands a bit dirty on a jump out. But with only a minute remaining, it's not too long for 1Z to execute here. Jolita are holding fast.
They are. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's another interrogation. That could be match point. Yeah, he's going to get away with it. Scott, he's still outside. Kiyoshi will find DCH, and they're just getting too keen, reaggressing. It's starting to get a bit rough. Mark, though, is good for one. He's looking to rotate in and find some more. Mr. Punch gets himself back in the building. That's a shotgun, and Schubert just exposes too much of himself and gives away the goat. Mr. Punch still wants this opportunity to thrive. 23 seconds. They've now got a punch on through. Stun's dealt with. Oh, it's just around the corner. He knows. Mr. Punch knows. He almost committed to the interrogation. He wanted that. He's looking for the final one as well. Miku around the corner, but no, Mr. Punch plays it safe. Swings out, goes down, only for Mark to be there to reaggress, and it is match point now achieved by Gelita.
Great round. Another interrogation. Another masterclass on Kavira. You can't complain too much. I mean, look, if you're 1Z, hopefully you've had your fun, but if you're not 1Z, you're definitely having fun. Sapper, the rest of the gentlemen on Gelita are enjoying their time. Mr. Punch especially getting to get that Kavira out of the bag. He's having a great time. But
I know the 1Z fans probably not having that much fun. All said,
no, probably not.
A little bit of a struggle for them, but I suppose you got to do what you can. The fact that Mr. Punch not only got the interrogation, but he was outside for as long as he was, and there was no one to trade out the kill is a bit rough.
Yeah, it happens to the best of them, unfortunately. But I mean, even just the shotgun I talked about at the start of the round, just the fact that you can just dack, and make people disappear is just so wild. I mean, it's such a good gun, especially in the hands of someone like Mr. Punch. It's even better. But yeah, look, Hannah, I don't think this game is going to last too much longer. If I had to put my money on an outcome, I would say that Gelita probably close this one out relatively soon.
I have to respect Mr. Punch's commitment to the bit. He is 12-5 on the Kavira, which is entirely respectable. But Blitz for Miku, this is going to be a Chimera combo basement rush with Mark tucked into the corner ready to go.
Oh my gosh.
They are so ready for this. They are about to run into the meat grinder. Miku dead. Looking for more. Mark in trouble. Will be shut down by J-Dogs. But again, there's so much HP that has been lost. Jay's down. It's all coming apart. Gelita are absolutely looking to shut this one out in style.
Yeah, there's not really much that 1Z could do here after the Ash charge missed the door for them to run into bunker to the Blitz being down within half a second. Gelita all instantly rotated over towards that door. You've got Cav already setting up by the rear stage door, whether or not... Oh my god, he didn't drone. If Mr. Punch hadn't moved there, that would have been a freebie. But it looks like he might still be rewarded with one anyway. If Kyoshi chooses to vault in here. Sorry, Eclair. Oh my god, he is going to. There we go. He's a bunch. Oh my god! He's got both. He's going to go for two. He's going to get it. He's got it. He got it as well. Oh my god. Kyoshi's current location is being displayed for everyone to see.
Well,
1v3.
Yeah, that's as many interrogations this map as 1Z has had rounds in this map as well.
Yeah, pretty much.
In fact, I think it's more. I think 4 interrogations, 3 rounds won. So unless 1Z pulls this one out of the bag as well, it is same number of interrogations as round 1Z's won today.
Yeah, yep.
So it works.
Still out there, getting done. Unfortunately, though, it isn't. I'd assume the outcome that is wanted. Regardless of that fact, it's been a difficult day for 1Z, but they've still managed to have some fun with it. I mean, they've played well. It's maybe not the outcome, but look, they've done their bit. They've played into the bit. We've had fun with it. They've, I'm hoping, had fun with it as well. But yeah, look, no way Gelita lose this. They got smoked. They got DCH. This is a closed case, man. Look.
There's no toxic genesis, so it's not impossible. Unlikely. Very unlikely.
M590, though, come on.
Yeah, I mean, you just sort of throw it at him and it'll do the job.
Yep. Butt stock him.
Seth is like, yeah, I know exactly what's going on. He's reading it like a book.
He's locked in. And if I had to guess,
3, 2,
sometime
1,
in the next 2 seconds...
Oh, no. Okay. Ada Grismont.
Oh, okay, he's got no clue where smoke is. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay.
That was a very near miss from
It's okay. It's okay, guys. Relax. Jelena won. All right. There's no jump scare. There's no Frank. Jelena have won. They have finished.
Some severe Ella trolling there. If not for that Grismot, it might have been even easier. Oh, Jelena's getting default danced on right now.
Oh my gosh. That's
poor 1Z.
Rough.
Yeah, hit with the emotes, hit with the cat. He fell over in the back. Unlucky.
That is largely unfortunate. Getting default danced on is just wild after conceding a loss like that. Yeah, look, more interrogations than round one. The fact that there was even hope there at the end after that Grismot went off is kind of wild, but it's all right. Safa locked in, did not lose, and got the job done. Mr. Punch 15-6 playing that Cav is also kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, he got 3 kills almost at that end of that final round, just outside the building. Happy as Larry. Oh dear. Criminal scenes coming out of Jelena there to round things out today.
Oh, it was great. And so much fun. I mean, even though 1Z got completely monstered, you do have to give them some form of respect there. The attempt was made. They were there to have fun, and have fun I think they did. They definitely looked like they were enjoying themselves in the team cams. I mean, yes, they got default danced on. That's a different story that we need to address at a different date. But, I mean, look, there's not really much left for us to say. I mean, Panda, it was a great game. It was entertaining. It might not necessarily have been a top tier, pro league level game of Siege, but it was definitely an entertaining game of Siege. And I think those are some of the best games you can watch.
Yeah, look, as you see on our leaderboard, Fury take top of the table at the moment with 1 player, I believe, remaining. 4 wins, 1 loss to them, and it was at the hands of Elevate as well, who sit just behind them, tied on points, in fact. So, yeah, top of the leaderboard, pretty clear. Devil Package might have the chance to go deep into the final play date, but I don't know. I think this has been a pretty rough run for the non-Pro League teams, and all the way down at the bottom, minus 0-5, unfortunately, for 1Z at the moment. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Next week is when we will be back on the 27th for the semi-finals, I believe, quarterfinals. Elevate and Jelena will be your first match, Fury and Devil's Package. I believe those are both best of 3s. So Devil's Package have made it through to the semi-finals, or whatever you want to call it, quarterfinals. So congrats to them. Good efforts tonight. I don't think there was any question about it, given that the next team below them had 3 points. So I don't think there was any real worry for them. But I don't think they're going to get much further than that, Panda. I think their run will end in the first round of the semi-finals, unfortunately. As much as I'd love to see them continue, it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, you get to that stage of the competition, and really you're pressed up against it. You're against the top teams there in the region as well. So, yeah, it's tough. It really is. So you buckle down, try and make the most of it, and hope for the best.
Yeah, you sort of have to. I mean, at the end of the day, they qualified. They did better than the 2 teams below them. You can't really say too much to that. I mean, they came, they put their best foot forward, and they now find themselves in that top 4, which is still a respective finish. I mean, most teams will fight for that spot. And yeah, look, Panda, just before we go, is there anything you want to finally say before we hit the head?
No, look, rough day for J-Dog. He had a great showing, and then he had a pretty rough showing, but I'm keen to see more of these young gunners, these new players to the scene, step up, get their chance to shine. But unfortunately, for those that didn't make it into the playoffs, it's not going to be going into next weekend.
Well, we say farewell to 1Z and Fellas, but the other 4 will find out who is going to walk away with that first place. It all starts again next week on the 27th for the Rainbow Six Elite Community Series. We've had an absolute banger tonight. Thank you for joining us. I'm Proto, this is Blue Panda. See you next time. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Bye.